In recent months, the British royal family has been engulfed in a storm of tension and uncertainty. Behind the gilded gates of Buckingham Palace, fractures within the monarchy have become more visible than ever. King Charles, whose health has shown signs of decline, appears increasingly frail with each public appearance. His struggle has sparked concerns not only about his ability to fulfill royal duties, but also about the looming question of succession. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla has stepped forward with growing authority, consolidating her influence in ways that have left the public divided. To some, she is simply filling a void left by the king's weakening condition. To others, her presence feels like a quiet power grab, reigniting memories of old scandals and resentments that never fully healed. Amid this fragile balance of power, Prince William faces the mounting responsibility of carrying the monarchy's future, while Prince Harry remains estranged across the Atlantic. Each move, each statement, adds fuel to an already volatile atmosphere. The once carefully managed image of unity now appears riddled with cracks. And just when the royal family could least afford more turmoil, today's announcement has shaken the nation. It is an announcement described as both tragic and monumental, one that will undoubtedly reshape how the monarchy is seen at home and abroad. But what does this mean for the stability of the crown? How will the public react to yet another blow to the royal family's fragile standing? And, most importantly, does this mark the beginning of an irreversible shift in royal power? What are your thoughts? Do you believe Camilla's influence is now greater than ever? Or is this the moment for William to step firmly into the spotlight? London awoke to its usual rhythm. Tourists at Buckingham Palace, guards in perfect stillness, and the palace gates shining under morning light, projecting timeless stability. Yet behind the grandeur, unease brewed. By mid-morning, the mood shifted. Journalists stirred, cameras realigned, and the royal press secretary appeared, his tense posture betraying the gravity of the moment. When he spoke, his steady voice masked a tremor. The king's health was far more serious than the palace had admitted. In an instant, the image of control fractured, and the world realized the monarchy's carefully guarded facade was beginning to unravel. In a single moment, months of speculation hardened into reality. Rumors that had once lingered at the edges about fatigue, about meetings abruptly cancelled, about secret visits to medical specialists, were no longer whispers. They had now been laid bare in black and white. The press secretary may have tried to sound composed, but the truth he carried shattered the illusion of control. Something inside the monarchy, something vital, was unraveling. The cameras quickly swung to the royal family members present. Each face told its own story, unspoken yet unmistakable. Prince William stood rigid, his jaw tight, his eyes reflecting both suppressed anger and unwavering determination. He was clearly stepping into a role larger than himself, the weight of the crown already pressing onto his shoulders. Beside him, Catherine, always the picture of grace, looked calm at first glance, yet for those who studied her closely, the worry was there, etched into the slight tightening of her lips, and the careful way she held her posture. She was steady, but not untouched. And then there was King Charles. The sight of him startled many. He appeared distant, fragile, and alarmingly ghost-like, as though age and responsibility had drained him. Not only physically, but spiritually, he did not look like the man prepared to lead a nation. He looked like one who was quietly fading, battling both time and fate. His presence, frail as it was, cast a long shadow over the moment, a reminder of human vulnerability within royal grandeur. But perhaps the most shocking part of that morning was not who was there, but who was missing. Queen Camilla's absence did not go unnoticed. In fact, it quickly became the loudest silence of the day. Questions erupted immediately. Was she unwell? Had she been deliberately kept away from the cameras? Or was there something deeper and far more troubling hidden beneath her absence? For centuries, the monarchy had lived by the power of symbols. Appearances mattered more than words, and silence was often the most powerful message of all. And yet, in this instance, the silence surrounding Queen Camilla screamed louder than any official announcement. It left the public restless, speculating, and hungry for answers. News outlets scrambled to interpret the situation, each offering their own theories. Some suggested she was protecting her health. Others believed she was shielding herself from the emotional storm. More daring voices hinted at tensions inside the palace, conflicts that had been carefully hidden until now. Whatever the truth, one fact was undeniable. Her absence had magnified the sense of crisis. The image of the royal family, once so carefully curated, was cracking before the world's eyes. Behind the polished gates and the time-worn traditions, the monarchy was confronting something it had always feared: uncertainty. And uncertainty, when draped in royal robes, is not just personal, but national. On that morning, what began as a seemingly normal day in London turned into a chapter of history still unfolding. The crowd outside the palace no longer saw only iron gates and ceremonial guards. They now stared at the uneasy silence of a dynasty standing at a crossroads where every look, every absence, and every whispered word carried the weight of destiny. Has Charles's health deteriorated so much? Since when has he been battling with this health condition? Let's delve into the details of King Charles's health condition. King Charles's deteriorating health. King Charles III is reportedly facing one of the most difficult periods of his life, with growing concerns about his health and legacy. While Buckingham Palace maintains silence, insiders suggest the monarch is battling both frailty and the weight of his reign. What began as a routine procedure for an enlarged prostate in early 2024 revealed a more serious diagnosis: cancer. Since then, his condition has reportedly worsened, raising questions about his strength to continue. Behind palace walls, the king is said to be confronting illness with courage, even as the public remains shielded from the full truth. At Chaptazech Shishase. Charles is no stranger to the demands of duty or the physical toll of a long and active life. But those close to him describe a man who now relies on a walking stick to manage even the simplest of movements. Recently, photographs taken at Sandringham, his 20,000-acre country estate in Norfolk, revealed him leaning heavily on a wooden cane as he strolled through the manicured pathways of the topiary garden. On the surface, the images released through Sandringham's official Instagram page seemed reassuring. Charles was smiling, appearing cheerful, and surrounded by the serene beauty of the estate. But those who know him best insist that the public sees only one side of the story. According to palace insiders, the king is putting on a brave face, masking his pain with an almost stubborn display of optimism. He knows the end is coming. One source confided, describing how the once vigorous monarch now shuffles slowly. A shadow of the man he once was, the walking stick, symbolic of his growing frailty, has become both a physical aid and a quiet reminder of his mortality. Reports also suggest that the king has turned to alcohol, particularly whiskey, in an attempt to dull the relentless discomfort and the despair that accompanies it. He is hitting the bottle. Another insider once said, adding that the combination of declining health and emotional strain has weighed heavily on him. This, they lamented, is not the end that Charles or anyone close to him would have envisioned. A proud man weakened not only by illness but by the sorrow of knowing time is slipping away. Adding to this emotional burden is the unresolved tension with his younger son, Prince Harry. Their relationship, strained for years, has remained a source of pain for Charles throughout his reign. Many observers believe that this fractured bond has only deepened the king's inner turmoil, leaving him longing for reconciliation while also facing the stark reality that opportunities to mend the rift may be running out. Despite these struggles, Charles continues to carry out his duties as best as he can. His appearances, though fewer, are carefully managed to project stability and reassurance to the public and the Commonwealth at large. Those who have seen him in recent months say he draws on reserves of determination to fulfill his role, even as his body betrays him. His composure in public, contrasted with reports of private suffering, paints the picture of a monarch embodying stoicism in the face of adversity. What emerges from these accounts is not simply the story of a man battling illness, but of a king wrestling with the dual weight of personal pain and public responsibility. For a monarch who spent the greater part of his life waiting to ascend the throne, the cruel irony of being struck with illness so early into his reign is not lost on anyone. In the eyes of the world, King Charles III is still the sovereign, still the figurehead of an institution centuries old. But behind palace walls, according to those close to him, he is also a man confronting fragility, regret, and the inevitability of life's end. Whether history remembers this as a sad end or as the brave final chapter of a long and complex life will depend on how the coming months unfold. Apart from the king's frail health, was there another announcement that hit royal fans so hard? Let's find out. The return of Diana's shadow. As Britain struggled to come to terms with the unsettling reports of King Charles's declining health, the palace dropped another announcement, one that landed like a thunderclap across the nation. This time, it wasn't about the king, but about his son and heir, Prince William, alongside his wife, Princess Catherine, revealed what they called the Diana Initiative. On the surface, the announcement sounded straightforward, a reform-minded project designed to modernize and expand the monarchy's charitable work. It was presented as the next step in bringing the royal family into closer alignment with the values and struggles of modern Britain. Yet, it was the choice of name that transformed this initiative into something far bigger than just another royal program. By invoking the name of his late mother, William was not only launching a new effort, he was reviving a memory the monarchy had spent nearly 3 decades trying to control, to soften, to bury beneath layers of official narrative. The mere mention of Diana's name cracked open old doors and reignited emotions that had never truly faded. Princess Diana, who tragically lost her life in a Paris car crash in 1997, remained one of the most influential figures of the modern age. Her impact was not measured only in her beauty or her title, but in her humanity. Diana connected with people in ways few royals ever dared to. She refused to be a figurehead locked behind palace gates. Instead, she stepped into the world's pain and offered empathy. She hugged AIDS patients at a time when fear and stigma isolated them. She walked through minefields not as a stunt, but to shine light on forgotten dangers. She spoke with an honesty that shocked the establishment, but comforted ordinary people. These acts etched her forever into global memory, not as a queen who never was, but as a people's princess who always would be. Now, by naming the initiative after her, William and Catherine were tying Diana's spirit directly to the monarchy's present and its future. It wasn't just charity work anymore. It was legacy work. Within hours of the announcement, social media platforms lit up. Old footage of Diana resurfaced, her warm embrace of sick children, her effortless laugh, her tender smile that seemed to reach beyond the camera lens. To millions across the world, it felt as if Diana herself had returned, not in body, but through her son and his wife, finally reclaiming the place history had denied her within the royal institution. But inside palace walls, the reaction was far more complicated. What looked like a heartfelt tribute to the public appeared to others as a bold, even rebellious act. To King Charles, the Diana Initiative stirred ghosts he had tried to keep buried. It reminded him of painful chapters, the collapse of his marriage, the scandals that followed, and the enduring shadow of a woman whose presence seemed to define his reign. even in her absence. For him, this initiative was not just about charity. It was a reopening of wounds that had never truly healed. For Queen Camilla, the announcement cut even deeper. After decades of carefully reconstructing her image, building trust with a skeptical public, and slowly finding her footing beside the king, Diana's name once again loomed large, overshadowing everything. To many, Diana remained the true Queen of Hearts, and now her memory was being revived at the very center of royal life. Camilla's careful efforts risked being undone in an instant. Her absence from recent public events, once dismissed as coincidence or health-related, began to take on new meaning. Insiders whispered that she had distanced herself intentionally, reluctant to endorse a project that could dilute the monarchy's message and reduce her role in the story of the crown. Yet, with Charles weakened, her voice was fading. William and Catherine, it seemed, were no longer waiting for permission. They were stepping forward with confidence, staking a claim not only to the future of the monarchy, but also to its soul. The Diana Initiative was more than a program. It was a statement to the world. It was Diana's legacy reborn. To the palace, it was a quiet revolution. Was Prince William's initiative welcomed with open arms? Was there any silent or open criticism towards the initiative? Let's dive into the details of rivals that silently opposed the initiative. The silent rivalries and subtle power shifts. To the outside world, everything looked calm and orderly. The monarchy moved along with its usual rhythm. Ribbon cuttings, charity galas, handshakes with dignitaries, and carefully staged photographs designed to project unity and strength. To the casual observer, nothing seemed unusual. Yet, behind those glittering public moments, a different story was quietly unfolding. Beneath the polished surface of tradition and ceremony, a subtle but unmistakable shift in power had begun. It was the journalists who picked up the scent first. Reporters who closely monitored the royal calendar noticed that the heartbeat of the monarchy was changing. Kensington Palace, home to Prince William and Princess Catherine, was suddenly generating more headlines, more attention, and more excitement than Clarence House, the seat of King Charles and Queen Camilla. In press briefings, in feature stories, and even in gossip columns, the focus tilted toward William and Catherine. Advisors who once served Charles with absolute loyalty were now redirecting their energies. They began drafting strategies that placed William at the center of attention, not his father. Even palace meetings, once revolving around the king's presence, gradually took on a new tone, shaped around the heir instead. Prince William, long regarded as cautious and somewhat reserved, seemed to transform almost overnight. The hesitation that once defined his public persona gave way to a quiet but undeniable confidence. His speeches began to resonate with sharper conviction. His voice carried weight. His movements, once careful and understated, now revealed purpose and intent. He no longer looked like a man simply waiting for the crown to be handed to him. He looked like someone already carrying its weight on his shoulders. And at every step stood Catherine, the Princess of Wales. She was not just a supporting figure. She was the anchor of William's growing influence, where Camilla's appearances sometimes felt scripted and calculated. Catherine's presence radiated ease and sincerity. Each hospital visit, each school engagement, each warm exchange with ordinary people showcased her natural gift for connection. Her authenticity made her the monarchy's most dependable face. Poll after poll confirmed what the public already felt. Her popularity was soaring. She wasn't merely admired. She was trusted, and in that trust, she surpassed Camilla, sometimes even rivaling Charles himself. The tension, unspoken for months, finally revealed itself in a subtle but telling moment. At a charity luncheon, Camilla was asked about the Diana Initiative, a project honoring the late Princess of Wales. With a polite smile, she replied. "The monarchy has always served with dedication. We don't need to invoke the past to prove it. It was a measured response, carefully phrased, but to the world. It carried another meaning." The press read between the lines. Many interpreted it as a veiled dismissal of Diana's legacy, and by extension of Catherine, who had taken up Diana's memory as part of her mission. Within hours, the headlines blazed with speculation. Social media exploded, framing it as a clash between two women, Camilla embodying the old guard and Catherine symbolizing renewal. Catherine did not answer immediately. She waited. Days later, at a modest event dedicated to the initiative, she spoke with calm authority. Looking out at the audience, she said, "This work isn't about the past. It's about the future we build together." The statement was simple, but its weight was unmistakable. She wasn't just protecting Diana's memory. She was carrying it forward, weaving it into the monarchy's next chapter. And once again, the public leaned toward her. She had managed to turn a potential rivalry into a declaration of vision, one that people found both inspiring and hopeful. Inside the palace, whispers grew louder. Staff who had once carefully avoided comparisons now admitted what was obvious. Influence was shifting. Slowly, steadily. Power was moving away from Charles and Camilla toward William and Catherine. It wasn't a rebellion, nor a demand for abdication. It was something quieter, more deliberate. A rebalancing. One carefully chosen word. One thoughtful gesture. One strategic absence at a time. The monarchy had not yet officially changed hands, but in the minds of many press, public, and even palace insiders, the future was already here. And its names were William and Catherine. Did the opposition just wither away naturally with time? Did it snowball into another opening of old wounds? Let's dig into the details of the fresh rifts that followed the announcement of the initiative. Old wounds. New conflicts. Rivalries within the royal household are rarely simple, and this one was no exception. Just when it seemed the tension had settled, another powerful figure entered the frame. Princess Anne. Anne has long been respected for her unshakable loyalty, her direct and sometimes cutting honesty, and her relentless devotion to duty. Unlike others, she has little interest in the drama and whispers that often swirl through palace corridors. Yet, even someone as disciplined as Anne could not hide her irritation forever. Behind the polished appearances, insiders say she had grown openly frustrated with Camilla. What made their rift remarkable was not just its sharpness, but its history. It was a tension rooted in decades of tangled relationships. To trace the beginnings, one must look back to the early 1970s. At that time, Anne was closely connected with Andrew Parker Bowles, the dashing cavalry officer who later married Camilla. Though their bond eventually cooled, the connection was significant enough to leave its mark. When Camilla then became entangled with Charles, the future king, the situation grew even more complicated. What might have remained a private discomfort slowly blossomed into a lifelong wedge between the two women. By the 1980s, the scandal of the love triangle Charles, Camilla, and Diana was no longer just gossip. It became an open wound for the royal family. The humiliation Diana suffered was felt by the entire nation, and Anne, who admired Diana's strength, never forgot the pain. She found it difficult, perhaps impossible, to forgive Camilla for her part in it. For Anne, it was not only about personal loyalty, but about the dignity of the monarchy itself. When Charles finally married Camilla in 2005, some believed the passage of time would smooth old wounds. Yet, Anne's demeanor told another story. She remained civil, but her warmth was absent. She was courteous in public, but noticeably cool. Her tone and actions, often carrying subtle signals that Camilla would never be a true queen in her eyes. Those close to Anne claimed she saw Camilla as a permanent outsider, accepted by necessity, but never embraced. Recent events have only brought this tension back into sharper view. When Camilla received recognition for her literacy work at the University of London, many noted a small but telling moment as the two women prepared to leave. Anne allowed Camilla to walk ahead. To the casual observer, it looked like a gesture of respect, the natural order of precedence. But those who knew their story interpreted it differently, not as deference, but as silent defiance. A refusal to genuinely acknowledge Camilla's rank. In Anne's world, courtesy could be a weapon as much as kindness. Not long after, Camilla announced her withdrawal from a major royal event, citing illness. On the surface, it seemed routine. Royal engagements are demanding, and health must come first. Yet, the timing stirred questions in the press and behind palace doors. Was Camilla genuinely unwell, or was she stepping back deliberately? Some speculated she was tired of fighting for her place at the center of the monarchy. Others wondered whether she was being quietly pushed aside. The line between personal choice and palace strategy blurred, and whispers only grew louder. Meanwhile, Anne pressed on as she always had. Her schedule remained packed, her presence steady, where Camilla appeared fragile. Anne seemed immovable. The contrast between the two women became almost symbolic. Camilla, fading at times into the background, seemed to represent the monarchy's struggles, its cracks, its controversies, its moments of weakness, and by contrast, Anne embodied resilience, discipline, and a quiet strength that reassured the public. To many observers, this dynamic painted a striking picture of the monarchy's future. On one side stood Camilla, weighed down by the past and battling for legitimacy. On the other stood Anne, firm and unwavering, carrying the duties of the crown with a seriousness that never faltered. And behind them both rose the younger generation, William, Catherine, and their children, ready to claim their place in a changing world. In the end, the story of Anne and Camilla is not just about two women in conflict. It is about what they represent, the clash of old wounds and present responsibilities, the struggle between fading shadows and enduring duty, and the unspoken question of what kind of monarchy will emerge from these rivalries. What are the implications of the announcements on the monarchy? Will the opposition successfully redefine the initiative? Will the crown be able to bear the weight of the drama that might play out in the coming years? Let's find out. Shadows behind the crown. For over a millennium, the British monarchy has survived wars, scandals, abdications, and revolutions. But today, its greatest challenge lies within. King Charles, after 70 years of waiting, finally wears the crown. Yet, his reign already risks being overshadowed by the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II and the undying memory of Diana, the people's princess. Instead of being a monarch of reform, Charles may be seen as one presiding over transition while others quietly prepare for the future. Queen Camilla faces her own battle. Once scorned, she has fought to secure her place. But the ghost of Diana and the rising popularity of Catherine, Princess of Wales, cast long shadows. Though crowned, Camilla fears irrelevance, her role at risk of being eclipsed not by scandal, but by the force of history and public sentiment. The monarchy endures, but power is shifting within its own walls. William and Catherine carry the heaviest burden of all. To them belongs the future of the monarchy. The public looks to them as symbols of modernity, as the pair who can breathe life into an ancient crown without breaking it. Yet this expectation is a dangerous weight. They must modernize but never appear rebellious, lead but never look as though they are snatching the throne from Charles's hands. They must carry the monarchy forward while forever honoring the past, a past haunted by Diana, whose image lingers as both inspiration and unrelenting comparison. Then there is Princess Anne, ever watchful, ever steady. She does not compete for the spotlight, yet her quiet strength makes her presence unavoidable. In her, people see the loyalty and stability that the monarchy so desperately needs. Even as its other members wrestle with rivalry and rumor, all these figures, Charles, Camilla, William, Catherine, Anne, and even the lingering spirit of Diana form the threads of a tapestry that is slowly being rewoven. The crown is not crumbling, but it is shifting. Power is moving in ways that cannot always be spoken aloud, and so the world watches, asking questions that no royal press release will ever answer. Is William being prepared to take the throne sooner than anyone admits? Is Camilla's step back from the spotlight temporary, or the beginning of her quiet eclipse? Has Charles already become more figurehead than king? And most haunting of all, has Diana, in death, returned to shape history once more? Her memory forcing its way into the palace halls, the monarchy thrives on silence. Its greatest power has always been found not in proclamations but in whispers, in absence, in glances exchanged during carefully staged ceremonies. Yet silence cannot mask reality forever. Something is shifting behind the polished smiles and glittering crowns. Change is happening in plain sight. The monarchy is not falling. It is being reshaped deliberately, strategically, and quietly. And as the world leans closer to witness this transformation, one truth becomes clear. The monarchy's deepest secrets are not written in official speeches or carved in stone monuments. They live in rivalry, in memory, and in silence that speaks louder than words. The crown will endure as it always has. But the most pressing question now is not whether it will survive. It is whose head it will rest upon tomorrow. One morning, inside the management offices of the royal estates, staff members opened the familiar contract register, where the same names had appeared for many years and almost never changed. But this time, one detail made several people pause for a few seconds. One name had disappeared: Annabel Elliot. The woman who had worked with the royal estates for more than 20 years and who is also the sister of Queen Camilla, suddenly no longer appeared on the list of contracts. There was no press release. There was no official explanation. There was simply a quiet disappearance. According to several sources familiar with the operations of the Duchy of Cornwall, this change occurred during a review of business contracts after Prince William took over management of the estate. The Duchy of Cornwall is one of the most important financial resources of the heir to the throne. For that reason, every decision involving outside contracts is seen as a signal of how the Prince of Wales intends to shape his own system of power and finance. For many years, Annabel Elliot was considered a familiar figure in the network that provided interior design services for properties belonging to the duchy. She is a respected designer within the British upper class and has taken part in numerous decoration projects at historic estates. However, the fact that she is also the sister of Queen Camilla has always led observers to question the boundary between family relationships and business interests inside the royal system. As William and Catherine increasingly show their intention to build a more modern and transparent image for the monarchy, relationships of this kind have begun to face renewed scrutiny. Some analysts believe the decision to end the contract with Annabel Elliot is simply a step meant to separate personal interests from the financial operations of the estate. Yet behind the scenes of the royal world, many people see another layer of meaning. Power is quietly shifting, and that shift appears to be moving toward greater concentration around William and Catherine. So is this an inevitable step in the modernization of the monarchy, or a personal message that William wants to send to those who once stood close to the old center of power? If you support the decisiveness of William, comment with the number 1. If you feel sympathy for the declining position of Camilla, leave the number 2. To understand why Prince William is able to make such strong decisions regarding contracts and personnel within the royal business network, it is necessary to turn the clock back to a moment that completely changed the structure of power in the United Kingdom: That moment was September 8, 2022, when Queen Elizabeth II died at Balmoral Castle after more than 70 years on the throne. This event immediately triggered a chain of power transitions that the public rarely noticed in full. Charles became king. Camilla became queen. Yet, while public attention focused on the coronation and the ceremonies of the state, another important transformation occurred almost at the same time. Prince William officially became the Duke of Cornwall and took control of the entire Duchy of Cornwall, one of the most powerful economic assets of the British royal family. According to public financial records, the Duchy of Cornwall is valued at approximately $1.2 billion United States dollars. It is not simply a symbolic estate, but a genuine empire of land and agriculture. The duchy owns more than 135,000 acres of land spread across several regions of England, including farms, forests, commercial properties, historic villages, and modern housing developments. What makes the Duchy of Cornwall unique is not only its scale, but also its legal structure. The estate was established in the 14th century to provide an independent source of income for the heir to the throne. This means that all profits from the duchy do not belong to the national budget and are not under the direct control of the monarch. The primary manager and beneficiary is the Prince of Wales. Recent financial reports show that the Duchy of Cornwall generated annual revenue of about 30 million United States dollars in the year 2025. This income comes from several sources: agricultural land leases, real estate development, commercial and tourism projects. This stable stream of money has led many analysts to describe the duchy as a private golden reserve for the heir to the throne. Before becoming king, Charles controlled the Duchy of Cornwall for several decades and used this income to finance the operations of the Prince of Wales' office, while also supporting part of the expenses of other family members. But when Charles ascended the throne, the entire financial system immediately passed into the hands of William. This was not merely a ceremonial transition. It meant that William moved from being a senior royal figure to becoming the direct manager of a vast economic asset. Some observers believe this moment marked the true maturation of William's power within the royal system. For many years, he had often been viewed as a symbolic representative of the younger generation and the future of the monarchy. But with the Duchy of Cornwall in his hands, his role changed dramatically. William does not only represent the image of the monarchy, he also controls one of the most important financial centers of the House of Windsor. It is from this economic foundation of power that recent decisions have begun to emerge. When an individual or a company wants to work with estates belonging to the Duchy of Cornwall, they must pass through a management system overseen by William. That includes reviewing old contracts, long-standing partners, and business relationships that have existed for many years. For that reason, when the name of Annabel Elliot suddenly disappeared from contracts connected to the duchy, many observers did not treat it as an isolated event. They saw it as a signal that William has begun using his new financial authority to reshape the entire network surrounding the duchy. And when those changes begin to affect figures connected to the family of Camilla, the story immediately becomes far more sensitive. Money always comes with control. In the case of the Duchy of Cornwall, that control is not limited to land management or financial budgets, but also appears clearly in decisions about personnel and business contracts. At this point, many observers believe Prince William has started to introduce the first changes since taking over the duchy. Changes that some people describe as a process of cleaning up the financial legacy left behind from the era of King Charles. Among the names attracting the greatest attention, Annabel Elliot quickly became the central focus. She is not only a well-known interior designer within the British upper class, but also the biological sister of Queen Camilla. For many years, this family connection meant that her role within the Duchy of Cornwall was always viewed with particular interest by the press and by royal observers. Financial records show that Annabel Elliot began participating in interior design projects for the Duchy of Cornwall around the year 2005. Her work involved decorating and renovating many properties belonging to the duchy, from farmhouses to historic residences that were rented out or used for official hospitality. According to reports published over many years, the fees she received ranged from about £19,000 to £82,000 each year, depending on the scale of the project. For many people inside royal circles, inviting a familiar designer to participate in repeated projects is not unusual. Historic estates often prefer to work with specialists who already understand architectural characteristics and conservation procedures. However, in the case of Annabel Elliot, the family connection always made the story more sensitive. During the years when Charles was still Prince of Wales, the network of business partners connected to the Duchy of Cornwall was largely built on long-standing relationships. Many of those partners were close friends, advisors, or individuals with direct connections to the family. This system functioned relatively smoothly for several decades, yet it was also frequently criticized for lacking a clear separation between personal relationships and business activity. When William took control of the Duchy of Cornwall in the year 2022, one of his first steps was to review all existing contracts. This is a common process when a new leader takes over a large organization. However, within the context of growing public pressure on the British monarchy to demonstrate financial transparency, the review quickly attracted the attention of the media. Within a short time after the evaluation process began, the name Annabel Elliot no longer appeared on the list of service providers for the Duchy of Cornwall. There was no official statement explaining the decision. Yet, for many royal analysts, the change carried a clear meaning. William had chosen to end a business relationship that had lasted nearly 2 decades. This change did not occur in isolation. At the same time that several old contracts were ending, the Duchy of Cornwall also began working with new partners. Some sources report that several interior projects and property development plans were later assigned to designers and contractors who have closer ties to the social circle of William and Catherine. Among them are close family friends and even godparents of their children. For supporters of William, this step appears entirely reasonable. They argue that any leader who takes over a major organization will naturally want to work with associates whom he trusts. Moreover, changing business partners is also viewed as a way to introduce new ideas into the management and development of the estates. However, for observers who closely follow royal affairs, the change carries another layer of meaning. Annabel Elliot is not only a designer, she also represents the presence of Camilla's family within the financial network that once revolved around the Duchy of Cornwall. When her name disappeared from the list of contracts, many people interpreted it as a signal that the influence of this branch of the family within the duchy properties may be coming to an end. Some commentators have even described the decision as a symbolic message. For many years, the stories surrounding the relationship between Charles, Camilla, and Princess Diana has left a deep mark in public memory. William, as the eldest son of Diana, is often viewed as the person who carries the emotional legacy of that turbulent period. For that reason, when he began restructuring the business network of the Duchy of Cornwall, every change involving people close to Camilla was quickly examined through both political and personal lenses. William has never publicly connected his management decisions with stories from the past. Yet the timing of these developments has still led many observers to raise questions. Is this simply a normal reform aimed at modernizing the management system of the duchy? Or is it a sign that the next generation of the royal family is gradually drawing a clear boundary with older networks of influence? What is certain is that the Duchy of Cornwall is now entering a new phase under the leadership of William. Contracts are being reviewed, partners are changing, and during that process, names once connected to the old system may gradually leave the stage. The case of Annabel Elliot therefore becomes the clearest example of this transition. There was no official announcement. There was no public controversy. There was simply a name disappearing from the list of contracts after nearly 20 years. Yet, inside the discreet world of the British monarchy, Quiet changes like this often speak the loudest. But the Duchy of Cornwall is only the beginning of the story about financial power within the royal family. For many observers, the real concern for Queen Camilla does not lie in business contracts in Cornwall, but in two locations with far deeper symbolic meaning. Those places are Sandringham and Balmoral, two estates she has known for many years, yet which, in reality, do not belong to her. To understand why this matters, it is first necessary to distinguish the structure of royal property in Britain. Much of the public assumes that all palaces and castles belong to the king. In reality, the property system of the British monarchy is far more complex. Some estates belong to the Crown Estate, which is public property managed on behalf of the nation. These properties are not the personal possessions of the monarch and cannot be sold or passed to heirs according to personal wishes. Sandringham and Balmoral belong to a completely different category. They are private properties of the royal family, passed down through generations, just like inherited estates in aristocratic families. This means that ultimate control over these two estates lies with the head of the House of Windsor and is then transferred directly to the next successor. Sandringham is located in the county of Norfolk and has long been known as the place where the royal family gathers for their traditional Christmas holidays. It is also closely connected to many private moments of the Windsor family throughout the 20th century. Balmoral, located in the Scottish Highlands, carries an even deeper personal meaning. The vast estate was where Queen Elizabeth II spent much of her time resting, and it is also the place where she died in the year 2022. According to land records, Balmoral covers about 53,680 acres of land. It is one of the largest private estates owned by the British royal family. In addition to the main castle, the property includes forests, rivers, farms, and several smaller houses used for staff and guests. The exact financial value of the estate is difficult to determine. Yet many property experts believe it belongs among the most valuable private assets of the House of Windsor. When Queen Elizabeth II died, both Sandringham and Balmoral were transferred to King Charles as part of his personal inheritance. This means Charles became the direct owner of both estates, completely separate from public properties such as Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle. However, this inheritance structure also leads to another reality. When Charles dies in the future, ownership of Sandringham and Balmoral will pass to the next monarch. In that scenario, the absolute owner of the entire estate of more than 53,000 acres at Balmoral will be Prince William. For many people within royal circles, this detail carries significant meaning for the future position of Queen Camilla in the years ahead. As the wife of the monarch, she currently has the right to access and use these estates just like other senior members of the family. But when Charles is no longer there, her legal position will change considerably. In the history of the British monarchy, widows of kings are usually provided with their own residence and continue to hold a certain role in royal life. However, access to the personal properties of the successor is not always guaranteed automatically. Everything depends on the decision of the new monarch and on internal agreements within the family. This leads to a rather sensitive reality. In the future, William will hold direct control over Sandringham and Balmoral. That control includes not only ownership of the land, but also the authority to decide who can use the properties inside the estates. At what time? And for what purpose? For Camilla, this means that the privileged access she currently enjoys may change. While Charles remains on the throne, her presence at Sandringham or Balmoral is completely natural. But when the structure of power shifts, every decision concerning the use of those estates will be in William's hands. Royal observers believe this is precisely why small changes within the management networks and personnel connected to the estates are becoming more noticeable. When someone like Annabel Elliot, the sister of Camilla, no longer appears in contracts connected to the Duchy of Cornwall, many people begin to ask whether that reduction of influence could eventually extend to other estates in the future. Some sources close to royal social circles even suggest that William and Catherine are gradually building their own management system for the assets they will control for many decades ahead. If that is true, then the personnel decisions being made today may only be the first steps in a much larger restructuring process. Within that context, the position of Camilla becomes rather unique. She remains queen while Charles is alive and continues to play an important role in official activities, but in the long term, her future will be closely connected to the decisions of the next generation. This does not mean Camilla will be removed from royal life, but it does show that real power is slowly shifting. As time passes, and the private assets of the House of Windsor gradually move into the hands of William, he will become the person holding the key that determines who can continue to consider places like Sandringham and Balmoral as home. And in the royal world, control of a home is sometimes the clearest symbol of power. Many people who follow the recent developments inside the British royal family have begun asking an important question. Why does Prince William appear so firm in restructuring financial and personnel networks that have existed for many decades? Why were long-standing contracts ended relatively quickly after he took control of the Duchy of Cornwall? For many analysts, the answer does not lie only in governance or financial transparency. It also lies in memories that shaped an entire generation of the House of Windsor. Memories that began nearly 30 years ago, when the marriage between Prince Charles and Princess Diana collapsed in public before the entire world. In the early 1990s, reports about the extramarital relationship between Charles and Camilla gradually became a major subject in the British press. Leaked telephone recordings, investigative newspaper reports, and television interviews turned the family crisis into one of the largest scandals in the modern history of the monarchy. For the public, it was a controversial romantic story. But for two young boys inside the Windsor family at that time, Prince William and Prince Harry, it was a deeply turbulent period in their own lives. William was only 15 years old then, old enough to understand what was happening, but still far too young to escape the emotional impact of a family crisis. Royal biographers say William witnessed many tense moments as his parents gradually separated. Princess Diana frequently became the focus of the media during that time, receiving enormous sympathy from the public while also facing intense pressure from disputes within the royal household. Images of Diana appearing across the international press during those years left a deep mark on the memory of an entire generation of British people, including her own sons. After Diana died in the year 1997, public emotion toward her became even stronger. Many people viewed her as a symbol of vulnerability within a royal system, often seen as too rigid. For many years afterward, Diana's name remained closely linked to the story of the relationship between Charles and Camilla. Within that context, William grew up carrying a very particular emotional legacy. He was both the future heir of the monarchy and the son of the woman the public often viewed as the victim in one of the most famous family crises of the 20th century. However, those who followed William's development noticed that he rarely showed any open confrontation regarding the past. When Charles and Camilla officially married in the year 2005, both William and Harry attended the ceremony. Their presence at that time was widely interpreted as a signal that the family was trying to close a deeply controversial chapter. In the years that followed, William also maintained a very cautious tone in his public statements. He focused on charitable work, building the image of a new generation of the monarchy, and avoided participating in debates about the past relationship of his father. This approach gradually helped him become one of the most trusted members of the British royal family in the eyes of the public. However, silence does not mean memory disappears. Some commentators believe that when William began to hold real financial authority through the Duchy of Cornwall, he chose a very different method to express his position. Instead of creating direct confrontation, he focused on restructuring the economic system surrounding the heir to the throne. For many decades under Charles, the Duchy of Cornwall was not only a financial resource but also the center of a network of partners, advisors, and close associates. Some individuals within that network had social or family connections with Camilla. This was not necessarily unusual within the British aristocracy, where personal relationships often play an important role in business. But when William took over the duchy, he appeared determined to establish a clearer boundary. Contracts were reviewed. Some long-standing partners no longer continued working with the duchy. Others were replaced by new specialists or associates from the social circle of William and Catherine. In the view of many analysts, this is a very skillful strategy. William does not need to publicly criticize anyone. He also does not create any direct confrontation within the family. Yet, by controlling the financial resources of the heir to the throne, he can reshape the entire economic ecosystem surrounding that position. For those who once benefited from the old network, the change means their influence gradually declines over time. For William, it is a way to confirm that the financial resources of the Duchy of Cornwall will serve the vision of the next generation, rather than continue supporting relationship structures formed in the past. Some commentators describe this approach as strategic independence. William does not disrupt the stability of the monarchy through personal conflict. Instead, he builds a new system in which financial power is more tightly controlled and less dependent on family connections. Within that context, decisions such as ending the contract with Annabel Elliot are interpreted in different ways. For some observers, it is simply administrative reform. For others, it carries symbolic meaning. An era in which the Duchy of Cornwall operated through familiar networks is gradually coming to an end. In its place emerges a new structure where Prince William appears, determined to show that the financial resources of the heir to the throne will no longer be used to sustain any family ecosystem beyond his own vision. In many analyses of the shifting balance of power within the British royal family, attention often focuses on Prince William. Yet, a closer look at how decisions are forming around the Duchy of Cornwall and the private assets of the House of Windsor reveals another figure who is gradually emerging with significant influence. That figure is Princess Catherine. In the careful yet unmistakable generational transition now unfolding, Catherine is not simply standing beside William during public ceremonies. Several sources familiar with the work of the Prince of Wales report that she is becoming increasingly involved in strategic discussions concerning asset management, charitable initiatives, and the long-term image of the monarchy. This development becomes particularly notable when examining how the Duchy of Cornwall is being operated after William assumed control. The duchy is not only the most important financial source for the heir to the throne, it is also the foundation supporting the entire operation of the Prince and Princess of Wales for many decades ahead. Every decision involving investment, property development, or business partnership has a direct impact on how the next generation of the monarchy will function. According to royal observers, Catherine has become an inseparable part of this decision-making process. Over many years, she has built the image of a careful and discreet member of the royal family, someone who focuses strongly on long-term issues such as public health, early childhood education, and social development. This strategic approach leads many observers to believe that Catherine is not only providing support, but also acting as a true partner in shaping William's direction. Some commentators suggest that the couple is building a new leadership model for the British monarchy. Instead of relying on traditional social networks, they tend to choose advisors and collaborators based on professional expertise and personal trust. This approach helps create a management structure that is more flexible and less influenced by complicated family connections. The growing role of Catherine can also be seen in another symbolic sphere of royal life. That sphere is royal jewelry. Within the traditional system of the House of Windsor, many valuable pieces of jewelry are considered symbols of power and continuity within the monarchy. They are often passed down to future queens or loaned for important official occasions. One of the most famous pieces in this category is the tiara known as Girls of Great Britain and Ireland. It is one of the most iconic crowns of the British royal family and was worn by Queen Elizabeth II during many important occasions. After her death, the tiara has continued to appear on the head of Queen Camilla during several official events. However, within royal tradition, many experts believe that symbolic jewels of this kind will eventually pass to the next generation of queens. This means that in the future, when William becomes king, Catherine will most likely become the true heir to these powerful symbols. For that reason, the use of certain royal jewels by Camilla today is often viewed as temporary during a transitional period. Royal historians note that in the past, famous tiaras often moved from one generation to another, depending on the position of the head of the monarchy. This symbolic transfer is one reason why Catherine's role is receiving increasing attention. She is not only the wife of the heir to the throne, she is also widely seen as the future Queen of Britain, the woman who will inherit both the material legacy and the symbolic heritage of the Windsor dynasty. Within that context, the changes taking place inside the financial and management system of the Duchy of Cornwall can also be viewed from a long-term perspective. William and Catherine appear to be building a new foundation for the reign they will lead in the future. Some commentators observe that the couple tends to establish a more streamlined structure of power. Old networks of influence are gradually being replaced by a new system of collaborators. Within that system, individuals with direct connections to William and Catherine occupy central roles, while relationships once associated with previous generations may gradually lose influence. This does not mean that other members of the royal family will be removed from shared royal life, but it does reveal a clear reality. As the new generation prepares to rise to the highest position of the monarchy, they also seek to build a foundation of power that reflects their own vision and priorities. In that broader picture, Catherine is no longer seen merely as a symbol of elegance or stability. She is gradually becoming an important part of the emerging power structure within the British royal family. Together with William, she represents a future reign that many observers believe will place greater emphasis on transparency, financial discipline, and stricter oversight of the networks of influence surrounding the throne. If current trends continue, Catherine's role within that system may become even clearer as time passes. As William moves closer to the throne, the person standing beside him will not simply be a royal wife. She will be the future queen, a partner who will help shape how the British monarchy operates in the 21st century. After all the figures worth billions of dollars, the quiet personnel decisions, and the debates surrounding historic estates, the most important question still remains: what direction will the future of the British monarchy take? What is unfolding inside the royal property system is not merely a story about real estate or business contracts. It is also a sign that a generational transition is taking place step by step, moving from an older model of power toward a new way of operating. For many decades under the leadership of Prince Charles in earlier years, the network surrounding the Duchy of Cornwall and many royal activities was built upon long-standing personal relationships. This model is quite familiar within the British aristocracy, where trust and personal loyalty often play a central role in decisions about cooperation. However, when William assumed control of the Duchy of Cornwall, many observers noticed that his approach appeared somewhat different. Instead of maintaining the entire existing system, he began reviewing contracts, partners, and even relationships that had existed for many years. These changes surprised a number of people, particularly because they touched individuals who had close connections with members of Queen Camilla's family. Yet for many analysts, this was not a personal move. They believe William is attempting to shape a new model of governance for the assets belonging to the heir to the throne, one in which transparency and efficiency are placed at the forefront. Another detail that has recently attracted considerable attention is Camilla's decision regarding her private residence, Ray Mill House. This property has long been considered the most important personal residence she maintains outside the royal palaces. Her reported consideration of selling or restructuring the ownership of this home has led some observers to wonder whether she may be preparing for changes in the future. In a context where control of major estates such as Sandringham and Balmoral will ultimately pass to William, the long-term living arrangements of other members of the royal family have also become a subject of increasing discussion. All of these factors point to a fairly clear reality. The British royal family is entering a period of transition. The generation represented by Charles reflects a more traditional model in which personal and family networks hold a central role. By contrast, the generation of William and Catherine appears to be moving toward a more streamlined system, where decisions are evaluated more strongly on the basis of efficiency and accountability. As British society increasingly demands transparency from public institutions, the monarchy must also adapt in order to maintain public support. This requires not only financial reforms, but also a new approach to power and responsibility. Many commentators believe that William understands this clearly and is attempting to lay the groundwork for his future reign through cautious yet visible changes. In the end, the story of ending a contract or reshaping a network of partners may appear to be only a small detail within a much larger picture. Yet those small details reveal how a new generation of leadership is beginning to reshape the system it will eventually inherit. Thank you for following this journey into the inner workings of power behind the British monarchy. If you are interested in the lesser-known stories about the figures who stand behind the throne, do not forget to subscribe so you will not miss the next analysis. And what do you think about William's decision to end the contract with the sister of Queen Camilla? Share your thoughts in the comments section. The British royal family has always been a stage where tradition, power, and personal emotions collide in the most unexpected ways, but rarely has a moment stirred as much shock and outrage as Queen Camilla's recent decision inside Windsor. According to Palace Whispers, Camilla allegedly ordered the removal of a portrait of young Princess Charlotte, the daughter of Prince William and Catherine. At first glance, it may seem like a small, almost trivial gesture, yet within the rigidly symbolic world of the monarchy, every detail matters, and such an act carries a weight far beyond the frame of a photograph. For Prince William, who has spent years carefully balancing his duty to the crown with his fierce devotion to his family, this move reportedly struck a nerve. The father in him saw not just a portrait being displaced, but his daughter's place within the family's narrative being undermined. Sources close to the palace suggest his reaction was swift, daring, and uncharacteristically confrontational, a sign that William may no longer be willing to quietly accept Camilla's growing influence inside the walls of Windsor. This incident forces us to ask, was Camilla's decision a calculated power play, an attempt to subtly rewrite the hierarchy within the royal family? Or was it simply an insensitive choice with disastrous optics? Either way, the consequences are dramatic. William's pushback reveals a simmering tension between the next generation of royals and the woman who has long been accused of reshaping the monarchy in her own image. What unfolded after this seemingly small act could reshape public perception of both William and Camilla, and once again remind us that, in the House of Windsor, nothing is ever just about appearances. It began with a terrifying silence. One morning, a senior staff member stopped as the faint light from London seeped into Clarence House's East Gallery, which is noted for its beautifully arranged family portraits. There was something wrong. The walls which proved the royal line's continuity seemed different, like a memory that had been lost. The assistant knew it right away after working for the royals for 15 years. There was no longer a photograph of Princess Charlotte's 9th birthday that her mother, the Princess of Wales, took. The picture showed a moment of pure joy and the young princess's confident, charming personality, which is why the staff loved it. Charlotte's look showed that she was more confident than her age. But the beautiful silver frame was missing. There was nothing on the wall. It had been taken out, not put back. By midday, rumors had circulated through the labyrinth of the royal home. People who were trained to be discreet used legal language to avoid direct questions. Was there a curatorial rotation? A subtle rearrangement? The truth seemed more straightforward. A topic of Charlotte's photo with her brothers, Prince George and Prince Louis, showed what the future of the monarchy will be like: stability and peace. The presentation was ruined since Charlotte's picture was absent. It was a quiet that was deafening. People who had worked for Queen Elizabeth II and King Charles understood the unwritten laws of palace optics. Portraits are more than just decorations. They show who you are and what you believe in. They stand for approval, favor, renown, and most importantly, legacy. Taking one away sends a message. A housekeeper from a household in Wales for 10 years was the first to notice the growing unease. They didn't move George's. She informed a close friend in a quiet, strained voice. Louise wasn't moved. It's just Charlotte's. Taken away like she didn't belong. The word belong was very important. Princess Charlotte, who was smart, strong-willed, and already showing signs of her late grandmother Diana's subtle charm, was discreetly taken away from her grandfather's official London home. It seemed like a planned, little but important announcement of a new order. Before nightfall, Kensington Palace got the unsettling news from Clarence House. A junior assistant at Kensington heard the story while talking about normal business with a co-worker at Clarence House. He mentioned it without thinking while going over the deliveries for the day, believing it was crucial for operations. One person who saw it happen stated the room transitioned from being busy to being quite quiet. The Princess of Wales was renowned for being calm. Yet, she felt a familiar knot in her stomach. Catherine's public and private lives are all part of a long-term strategy to provide her kids love, stability, and safety. Charlotte has always adored her family's history and the big imperial mansions they lived in. Taking her photo off without a good reason felt like a cruel and planned move. The mood turned from worry to anger when the Prince of Wales came back. He was very concentrated on the details, and his jaw tightened with each word. Taking down a little photo conveyed a bad message. It couldn't be ignored whether it was a claim of power, land, or something more personal and historical. William was in a palace where actions spoke louder than words. He observed firsthand how photos may hurt or help someone's reputation and turn people against one another. He understood what this meant. Without saying anything, he got up from his chair and proceeded to his study. The hidden storm that had been going on all day was about to burst. Queen Camilla would remember his next move, which would be discreet but important. Palace optics. More than just a frame. The royal family values pictures a lot, so knowing how much they are worth helps explain what happened. Portraiture has influenced public perception, reinforced dynastic power, and preserved royal history for centuries. The Windsors have perfected how to communicate visually, from Holbein's dramatic images of Henry VIII to the televised coronation. Royal families are now very careful about whatever pictures they choose. These are not just random pictures of relatives. Each location has a reason. A large picture of a person in a public room at Buckingham Palace or Clarence House shows how important they are and how they are related to the royal family. A former royal courtier's claims, "Nothing on those walls is there by accident." The process of selection, framing, and placement is looked at in great detail. An image of a monarch and their successor shows that things will stay the same. A picture of grandchildren represents family and the future. Taking one away, especially from a child, is like ripping up an official document. The family story is intentionally changed. Queen Elizabeth II employed this unspoken language in a smart and subtle way. The pictures on her desk during her yearly Christmas show were carefully chosen to show who was in and to show how her family had changed. Queen Camilla has been a part of royal life for over 50 years and knows how powerful it is. She has gone from being a hated mistress to a beloved queen consort, and her PR and image management have been amazing. She may know better than anybody else how an image can last. Since becoming queen, Sources believe she has spent more time curating the decor of her royal residences, especially Clarence House, where she has lived with King Charles for a long period. This may lead to problems. Some staff members who have been with the palace for a long time have noted that there are fewer and fewer pictures of Princess Diana in public areas. Some people regard this as a natural step to show the current monarch and his wife, while others see it as Camilla's way of trying to get rid of her predecessor. Camilla has always had a complicated relationship with Diana's legacy, and by extension, with Diana's children and grandchildren, says a family insider. She thinks that the intense interest of the public and media in the Wales, especially Catherine and Charlotte, often overshadows her work and role. Even today, it appears like she's having trouble with spirits. In this delicate psychological setting, the removal of Charlotte's image must be thought upon. It was more than just decorating the inside. It was a power move on the royal chessboard, little, but very important. Camilla may not have thought that the player would never allow his daughter to be a pawn. The Queen's quiet command. Elegant order. It wasn't an official order. No memo. No fight. A Clarence House staffer claimed it happened during a normal afternoon meeting in the morning room. While stirring her Earl Grey tea, Queen Camilla indicated to the East Gallery with a subtle gesture, "The girl in blue doesn't fit with the room's mood anymore," she said in a calm voice. "It should be kept." Beautifully chosen words in a way that is both stylish and classy. In the room, the meaning was plain. Princess Charlotte was the girl in the blue outfit. Camilla called her story "Tone of the Room," which is a kind way of saying it. Catherine took the picture, which exhibited her modern, friendly style that has made her and her family renowned. Some people think that the picture meant something more to Camilla, the Wales's strong and popular heritage, which began with Diana and continues with her son and his family. Princess Charlotte is developing a powerful mix of her mother's elegance, her father's sense of duty, and her late grandmother Diana's star characteristics. This vivid, constant reminder in the palace may have angered a queen who was still striving to win over her subjects. One person responds, "She has her own grandchildren. She is proud of them and has worked to make them a part of royal life, like by making them coronation pages of honor. She probably wants the focus to be on her family as it is now, with her as the head of the family, instead of the family that might have been." The directive was given for whatever reason, whether it was to get her space back because she was feeling insecure or on purpose to show off her new authority. Royal staff were told to obey orders without question. The frame was taken off the hook, wrapped with felt, and put away within an hour. The family wasn't told anything or given any warning. There was nothing there save a child's brilliant smile. Camilla presumably anticipated that the family would think it was unimportant and that the public would overlook it. For years, she had practiced how to have a silent effect on others. In this scenario, she didn't give enough thought to how her target felt and what it meant to them. She took out a stone from a mosaic where each image is painstakingly made. She altered more than simply the wall. She had awakened the protective instincts of a parent who had lost a family member to the palace machine and was determined not to lose another. The leak that changed everything, a staffer's moral dilemma. For days, staff members muttered about the missing photo. A code of silence kept many from speaking up throughout decades of royal service. But the silence was not okay. Eleanor, a longtime servant who was loved by the Princess of Wales, broke it. In 20 years, Eleanor worked for 3 royal families. She has seen scandals and secrets buried behind polished wood and velvet curtains, but this was not the same. It was a nasty little thing to do to a youngster. She couldn't stand it. She witnessed 2 staff grab the painting as she was cleaning in a different hallway. She understood that the senior aide took instructions from the king or queen. With a duster in her fingers, she witnessed Princess Charlotte's bright eyes and confident smile fade away like old furniture. After witnessing Charlotte happily chase butterflies at Balmoral, Eleanor felt angry and protective. Why is this happening to that child? She thought about it. She fought with her conscience for 2 days. If she spoke out, she may lose her job, pension, and career. Royal staff keep secrets and cherish loyalty. But she was stuck between the institution and its current consort, or the future of that institution, which was represented by the young family at Kensington Palace. She got her opportunity when she spoke on the phone with a former co-worker she trusted, who now works at Kensington Palace as an administrative assistant. A call was made to set up the details of the event. After the business meeting, her friend said, "How are things going on your end? Is everything quiet?" Eleanor spoke gently but strongly after a short break. "Not quite. They beat her. Charlotte, the photo of the gallery's birthday, is gone." As the Queen told them to, after a brief pause, the other end remarked, "You're kidding." "I wish I were," Eleanor said with a shudder. "I saw it with my own eyes." It all started with one bold confession. The monarchy's informal network of loyalty and long-standing relationships disseminated the news better than any official source. Eleanor's friend told a key advisor in Kensington, who the Prince of Wales trusted. The data was given special care. It was more believable when it was compared to what other staff members had seen. Eleanor's story was confirmed as true by William's former footman. He is said to have said, "If Eleanor is talking, it's serious." She would never risk her job for a rumor. Prince William found out within 24 hours after Eleanor's call, not from flashy headlines, but from the quiet, loyal voices of the same class that had kept his mother's secrets and now watched over his children's smiles. Taking down the photograph was no longer an option. The question of why. William, who had grown up in a country where titles and tradition often hid the truth, felt he had to inquire. The king's plan and the prince's fury. It was late at night at Adelaide Cottage, the Wales's little cottage in Windsor. The kids were asleep when one of his most trusted private secretaries requested a moment. The Prince of Wales was in his study going over paperwork from the Duchy of Cornwall. The seriously-looking aide handed the prince a folded piece of paper, a short factual account of what happened at Clarence House, including confirmation of the Queen Consort's direct orders. William read it 2 times. He seemed serene, like a king. But anybody who knew him well would have recognized the signs of a storm. His jaw was hard, and his gaze was cold. He placed the paper on his desk without saying anything. William didn't care about the decor, a horrible reminder of what happened. His final trigger was hurting a family member on purpose. His teenage years, the War of the Waleses, when his mother, Diana, was pushed aside, silenced, and quietly taken out of the royal story to make room for Camilla, came rushing back to him. He watched the system consume and throw away individuals when he was young. He promised that it would never happen again while he was in charge. He spotted pictures of his family on the mantel as he walked over. George wore his school uniform with a serious face. Louis smiled and ate cake on his last birthday. And Charlotte had a braid like her mom's. He instantly moved Charlotte's picture frame, which was a little act of protection. This was more than what Camilla was worried about. It was about the system she now worked for, which still felt it could decide who was important. William made his choice in 1 hour. He wouldn't talk to the press or gossip. That was the way things were done. He would talk about this in a straightforward, open, and authoritative way. He asked his private secretary to come back to the study. He spoke in a calm yet forceful voice. "I want the official inventories from Clarence House pulled. It is important to keep track of every curatorial decision made in the East Gallery in the last month. I want names, dates, and explicit directions. Tell me more." The team labored in silence. William would not talk to his stepmother in an emotional way. He would show her evidence. As the Prince of Wales, the next king, he would use his influence in the family. Not only as an angry father, he sat with Catherine later that night. She was pale and taught the basics from her staff. "I didn't want to bother you with it until we were sure," she said in a low voice. William shook his head. and his anger turned into calm resolve. "This is too much. Kath, they don't have her on their chessboard. Our daughter is her." Catherine was sad but not sobbing. Their family was built on her quiet strength. "What are you going to do?" she asked. He responded, "I'll fix it." Camilla deleted a picture. But William would bring back a lot more. He would bring back a principle. He was ready to tell the world and the monarchy that taking Wales away would hurt its strong tradition. Confrontation. A fight over private wills. The following day, there was an unspoken sense of worry throughout Clarence House. The soft carpet hid the sound of staff members' footsteps as they moved. Everyone knew a battle was coming. The Prince of Wales was by himself as his car drove into the private courtyard. He didn't have any advisors, press secretaries, or security about him save for his driver. Visit for personal reasons, not official ones. People saw him going down the corridors, with his shoulders set and fire in his eyes. Queen Camilla looked over charity briefings in the elegant white drawing room. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales. "Ma'am?" a footman murmured. She looked up in horror. It was unusual for William to visit alone. He was at the door before she could get ready. She got up to greet him after years of planning. "William." A big surprise. Her appeal fell flat. William didn't smile. He didn't kiss her cheek. He was still inside the room wearing his coat. He looked at her and whispered in a voice that made her shiver. Why was Charlotte's picture taken down? A profound silence appeared to smother the rich space. A long bad moment went by. Camilla blinked, and she lost her cool. It was just a small curatorial change. "Darling," she remarked, trying to seem light even if her voice was a little strained. "We made the space feel new again." William stood steadfast. There was eye contact. The picture of George stays. Louis stays. Only Charlotte's was taken. I'll say it again. Why? His voice was quiet, yet powerful. He had never spoken to her in that tone before. It was the voice of a future king. Camilla laid her papers on the old desk to steady herself. "I didn't mean to hurt William's feelings. The problem was visual balance. You know how sensitive the press and public are." William stayed quiet while he pierced through her lies with the harsh, cold truth. "Is this about how people see things in general? Or how you see things? Stop pretending that this is about how it looks. This is about legacy. You can't change who is in this family's tale." There was an evident accusation between them that broke years of family calm. Camilla tightened up. The woman who normally had a prepared response was mute for the first time. She was facing the scary man he had become, not the spoiled child she had known. William looked at her for a few more seconds to let his words sink in. He went after making his point. He looked back from the door to offer his final non-negotiable word. "Set the image back," he said, gently but firmly. "Put it back publicly. Or I will. I promise my story will be less private." He departed, and the room was much quieter than when he got there. Something fundamental shifted in that room. A child who witnessed his mother go from the narrative had drawn a strong line. He was now a father, and he would protect the next generation with strength that no queen could equal. The triumphant return of a gilded framed portrait. The punishment was secret and planned much like the crime. There was no press release or response from the public. The message was received and dealt with within 48 hours after William's arrival. On a wet Thursday morning, a Royal Collection Trust vehicle pulled up to Clarence House. An art conservator and two of the Queen's top advisors oversaw the reinstallation, which shows how important it was. The image of Princess Charlotte was found. It wasn't put back in its original spot in the East Gallery. Instead, it was put near the bottom of the grand staircase, which is a significant home artery that family members and important visitors use often. It also got a wider, fancier golden frame. A little brass plate was affixed on the bottom with a simple but powerful message: Princess Charlotte of Wales. The future of the monarchy. It was no longer a family portrait. An official statement said It was a public acknowledgement of her value, not merely a repair. Word spread quickly among the royals about the portrait's recovery. An advisor at Clarence House said that after an internal family clarification, the Prince of Wales directly suggested the reinstallation and new visible positioning. Palace speakers understood the code. Clarification means that William set the law, and it was followed. Later that day, servants said that Queen Camilla stopped for a long time when she passed the stairs. The bold writing, "New frame," and photo caught her eye. She didn't say anything and kept going. She knew she had been outsmarted. The picture came back with more weight. It was now telling a family story without any cuts. The news gave Kensington some quiet solace. Catherine softly informed Charlotte that her picture was back at Grandpa's house. She stated that adults make errors, but love and family always mend things. Charlotte inquired plainly like a kid. "Why was it torn down?" Catherine paused before she spoke. She murmured, "Maybe they forgot how special you are for a moment." But Dad reminded them, even though it happened behind closed doors. This event changed the balance of power in the monarchy forever. The future king publicly challenged Camilla's subtle claim to power. The picture is now framed in gold and truth at Clarence House, a silent testament to a father's love and a prince's power. Things that were quietly taken away have come back with meaning. Charlotte's place in royal history is now in memory and paint, protected by a strong will. Once the royal family's happy couple, with a wedding as beautiful as a fairy tale and two handsome princes, it seemed they would weather all storms together. Yet, because of a woman many commentators deemed unworthy, he left his wife and family. One wonders, now at the age of 76, does he ever feel remorse? On July 15, 2025, an old jewelry box was delivered to Clarence House, covered in the dust of time and the silence that had lasted nearly 3 decades. The box once belonged to Princess Diana and had been stored in a private archive at Althorpe. Her final resting place. No one expected that inside would be not only priceless jewels, but also tear-stained secrets. Letters never sent, a lost audio recording, and even a handwritten note bearing her final wish, all speaking of love, loss, and a forever missed chance at reconciliation. When Charles III opened the velvet-lined blue box, no one could have imagined how utterly the king's expression would collapse. He did not cry like a man in pain. He trembled, silent, like a child facing the consequences of a long-buried mistake. What lay inside that box was not merely memories. It was an awakening. The man who was once the Prince of Wales is now the King of England, but also a father, a former husband, a man who lost the most beloved woman in the world. The jewels were not only wrapped in velvet but also in memories he had tried to bury. A sapphire brooch he gave her for her 25th birthday, a pearl necklace she wore on her first official trip after Harry was born. And finally, a handwritten note in which Diana wrote, "If one day you understand how much I loved you, it may already be too late." Now, the question is no longer why did Diana die, but rather why was that love betrayed, abandoned in the dark, and replaced by something as cold as royal duty. The event of Charles receiving the jewelry box sent shockwaves not only through the royal household but also among the public. For the first time in many years, the king was seen without composure, because truth, when it arrives at the right moment, can shake even a throne. So, what exactly was in that box that broke a king? Will Charles make public a truth that could completely rewrite royal history? This is no longer a story of the past. This is a new chapter, where the past demands to be acknowledged with honesty. And if Charles has the courage to open his heart, not just the box, then perhaps he still has a chance to mend what he once let fall apart. Leave a comment below. Do you think Charles should reveal everything that was in the box? Click like and share if you believe justice for Diana is never too late. And do not forget to subscribe. As we continue to uncover the greatest secret of the British royal family in the 21st century, everything began on a cold, grey morning. When Buckingham Palace was still cloaked in silence after a long night of rain, outside, the ancient trees stood still, their last summer leaves heavy with dew, quietly trembling in the early autumn breeze. In the West Wing's grand hall, a butler dressed in formal black approached the king's private library door, a rare hint of confusion on his face. In his hands was a parcel, carefully wrapped in pale brown parchment, with each fold meticulously sealed. No return address, only 4 handwritten letters in blue ink. C. Windsor. As the butler placed the parcel on the oak table by the window, the king's eyes caught the handwriting on the label. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Those 4 letters were not merely his name. It was the handwriting, a handwriting eerily familiar, elegant, slightly tilted to the right, with each O looped tightly, a distinctive flourish he had seen hundreds of times before, on birthday cards. Hurried notes left beside his pillow whenever he returned from royal duties. It was Diana's handwriting. Charles said nothing. He carefully picked up the parcel and gestured for the servant to leave the room. When the door closed, the silence thickened. He sat down on the blue velvet chair by the window and placed the parcel on his lap. His hands, no longer as steady as before, trembled slightly as he removed each layer of parchment. Time seemed to stand still. Inside was a dark mahogany wooden box, so exquisitely crafted that one could tell it was made specifically for someone of noble lineage. On the lid, the Spencer family crest was embossed, a red and white shield with a stylized V symbol, representing Diana's generation, a detail only someone truly close would recognize. Beneath the lid, held in place by a silver ribbon, was a handwritten letter on Ritz Paris stationery. The date at the top, August 29, 1997. Just 2 days before Diana's fatal accident in the Pont de l'Alma tunnel, Charles no longer heard the wind outside or the distant chimes of the clock. All he could hear was the pounding of his own heart. He untied the ribbon and opened the letter. "My dear Charles, I do not know if this letter will ever reach you, and perhaps I will never know your reaction, but I still want to write. Not because of what has passed, but because of what remains. I do not write this letter in anger or regret. I write because I still love you, even if you no longer love me. Even if the distance between us is now the cold halls of Buckingham Palace and the empty lights of the stage. The feelings in me have never truly faded. I miss you, not the man in royal meetings or public statements. I miss the man who once snuck me out of a party to eat pudding in Kensington. The one who sat for hours just to listen to me talk, just to see me smile. The one who whispered everything will be all right when I was first mocked by the public. I do not need you to come back. I ask for nothing. I just want you to know. In those early years, I was truly happy. And if you can, even just once, please remember that time. Remember it for me. Remember it for us, with all the love that remains. Diana." Reading to this point, Charles lowered the letter, but his eyes remained fixed on every stroke of her handwriting, as if afraid that a single blink would make it vanish like a mirage. A familiar scent began to fill the enclosed space. That gentle, elegant fragrance had never changed. Quelques fleurs, the classic French perfume Diana loved. The scent was like a whisper from the beyond, rendering his senses numb, drawn back to a moment long past. Charles remembered the first time he gave Diana that perfume during their first official visit to Paris in 1981. She had been surprised, then burst into delighted laughter, burying her face in his shoulder and whispering, "I will only wear this when I am with you." Over the years, he had tried to forget it, but with just one breath, everything returned as if it had never left. He placed his hand on the lid of the wooden box, feeling the coolness of the aged mahogany. What else was inside? Words left unsaid, mementos never given. Or were they the final remnants of a love once brilliant, torn apart by a crown, by public opinion, and by his own weakness? Charles whispered softly, unsure to whom. To Diana, to himself, or to the past now flooding the room. I am sorry. He had never said it. Not during the years she was alive, not in interviews afterward, but now, when every title, every power, every piece of prestige meant nothing in the face of a letter from the dead, he could do nothing but admit he had lost the most precious thing in his life, and perhaps even he could never forgive himself. Everything seemed to have ended with the final words of the first letter. However, beneath the thin layer of silk lining the bottom of the box, Charles discovered a second envelope. It was different from the first letter in both form and emotion. The paper had yellowed. The ink strokes rushed and messy, as if written in a moment of overwhelming emotion. On the outside of the envelope was a single line, "Open only when you are truly ready to know the whole truth." Charles held the letter in his hands for a long time. The wind outside Buckingham whispered softly through the thick glass window. But inside the room, there was only a deathly stillness. He knew that once he opened it, there would be no turning back. Though his heart had endured enough pain, enough regret, enough loss, he had never prepared himself to face something like this. And then, with a slow motion like someone touching a memory turned to ashes, Charles tore open the envelope. The paper inside trembled in his hands, as if another soul were present in the room. And that was the soul of the woman he once loved. The letter was dated August 30, 1997, just one day before Diana died. It began not with a greeting, but with a confession that made Charles stop breathing. Charles, if you are reading this, then I am probably no longer here. And if that is the case, let me tell you the truth, I have hidden my entire life. Diana confessed that in 1985, amid the quiet fractures in her marriage to Charles, she became pregnant with a baby girl, Elizabeth Rose. She wrote, her name was Elizabeth, after your mother, and Rose, after my sister. She was a child who carried both of us, in flesh, in love, and in tragedy. The letter continued to describe the months of pregnancy in secret. Diana had told no one, not even those closest to her, because she feared the story would be twisted, distorted, or worse, turned into a stain on the royal family. She lived in fear, in loneliness, and with a fragile hope of keeping the baby. But fate did not grant her that chance. Elizabeth Rose was born prematurely and could not survive. Diana quietly held a simple funeral on the Spencer family private estate at Althorpe. No medialences, no royal priest, just her, a tear-soaked scarf, and a shattered heart. I visit her grave every year on December 23rd. Diana wrote, "You once asked why I always seemed so withdrawn at Christmas. I told you it was because I missed my mother, but the truth is, I missed our daughter." By now, Charles' hands had begun to tremble. A wave of cold shock coursed through his body like an icy current. He did not know how much of what he was reading he could believe. But all doubt vanished when he found a small object wrapped in velvet fabric at the bottom of the box. It was an old silver locket, intricately engraved with delicate craftsmanship. When Charles opened it, he saw two tiny photos pressed side by side. One was a black and white picture of him and Diana, taken during the early days of their courtship. The other was an ultrasound image of a small fetus, with the words E. Rose, 1985, faintly printed in the corner. Charles felt as though someone had just stabbed him in the chest with an icy blade. Pain. Pain so deep it could not even become sound. Memories raced through his mind. The arguments. The misunderstandings. The cold glances that, had he known the pain Diana was carrying, he might have embraced her, might have protected everything. He sat still for a long time, then held the locket to his chest. No longer a king, no longer a divorced husband, no longer a symbol of a proud monarchy. In that moment, he was simply a father who had never met his own child, a man who had lived his whole life making the wrong choices, now haunted by a truth revealed too late. Diana's heart, the woman once judged, criticized, even shunned by the world, now appeared like a silent angel. She endured that pain alone, not because she was weak, but because she wanted to protect his honor, the family, and a monarchy she knew would never accept that child's existence. The bigger question now was why. Why did Diana choose to send these letters just days before her death? Did she sense something? Did anyone else know about Elizabeth Rose besides her? And deeper still, Charles had to face the most painful question no one else could answer for him. If he had known everything earlier, would he have changed? Would he have chosen Diana again? Chosen their family? The truth about Elizabeth Rose is not just a tragedy of a forgotten child. It is the symbol of everything that was lost. A love left unprotected, a mother misunderstood, and a father now left only with a slow-burning regret in every beat of his heart. And then, the room returned to silence. Only the faint scent of perfume remained, Diana's old fragrance still lingering in the box, like a late farewell from the woman who had loved, had forgiven, and had gone, never to return. It seemed things had not yet come to an end. When the locket finally lay still in Charles' hand, a deep and unrelenting remorse surged within him. But less than a day after discovering the truth about Elizabeth Rose, a close aide unexpectedly brought him a small item wrapped in dark blue silk, accompanied by a note, found at the bottom of the box. Charles opened it, and before him was an old notebook. Its leather cover faded with time. The faint words at the top simply read, D. Spencer, Private Journal, July 1997. Without hesitation, Charles turned each page. Every gentle stroke of handwriting seemed to carry Diana's final breath. The diary entries were not merely daily records, but confessions, deep scratches into the soul of a woman who had lived with both love and torment. July 15, 1997. It was the date that made him freeze. Charles, I could not sleep tonight. There is something I must confess. There are nights I sit alone in the garden at Kensington, thinking about you, about the days when we were something pure. I used to be so angry at you, even hated you, but deep inside, I never stopped loving you. I regret putting everything in the press, for turning my pain into a public battlefield. At that point, Charles' hands began to tremble. He too had pushed back against Diana, with silence. By turning away when she needed him most. He thought she was playing politics. He had never imagined that this woman would write such words. Alone. In the night, then came a passage he could not tear his eyes from. I miss Highgrove. Miss the chair by the fireplace where you held me after Harry was born. I remember how you trembled, laughing and crying at the same time from happiness. That was the Charles I loved. Not the prince. Not the heir to the throne, but the father, the husband, the lover. I saw you like that, and I held on to that image to keep going. Diana had not forgotten, and perhaps had never stopped hoping. What the public saw was defiance, was rebellion. But the diary revealed a different Diana, a woman who loved to the point of exhaustion, then chose to endure in silence so that no one else would be hurt. Charles' emotions now clashed violently within him. He, a man who had always lived within the boundaries of duty, now stood before a truth he had never prepared for, that love had never died, only buried beneath the layers of title and royal expectation. And then, as if to drive the memory deeper, a small cassette tape was found among the pages of the journal, a simple note written in blue ink. For Charles, Listen when you are ready. Charles walked alone into the reading room at the palace. He placed the tape into the old cassette player, still kept in the library. A soft static filled the air. Then Diana's voice emerged. Gentle, trembling, but full of emotion. Dearest Charles, if you are listening to this tape, I suppose you have found what I left behind. I do not know if I will have time to say it all, but if I am no longer here, then at least you will know what I truly felt. Her voice paused for a few seconds, as if holding back emotion. I am sorry for hurting you. For the interviews? For the defiance. I did not want to turn pain into a weapon. But when there was no other way to be heard, I did it. I was wrong. Charles, I never meant to be your enemy. The recording continued, now laced with a quiet choke. I still remember the night Harry was born. You held me, and tears fell onto my cheeks. It was one of the happiest nights of my life. Never forget. That love was real. No matter what came after. The tape ended in silence. Charles did not move. He sat frozen before the player, his eyes wet with tears, as if paralyzed by a storm within. All these years, he had believed Diana had forgotten him, that the love was only a memory distorted by scandal and media assault. But no, it was still there, buried deep in every line, every word, every final keepsake she left behind. Now, what Diana wanted was no longer publicity, no longer a fight for power in the royal family. It was forgiveness, a longing that, even if only in Charles' heart, she would still be remembered as the loving wife, the soulmate, the woman who had once, and forever, been a part of his life. The bigger question now is, what will Charles do with these secrets? The truth about Elizabeth Rose, Diana's heartfelt confessions, and the undeniable proof that she never stopped loving him. All of it now rests in the hands of a man who was once at the center of the tragedy, but who is also the only one who can write its final chapter. And perhaps, in that suffocating silence, for the first time in decades, Charles understood. It was not the throne, not duty, but love, however belated, that was the most sacred legacy Diana left behind. All of Diana's plans stemmed from a resolve that only someone deeply wounded could understand. The determination to forgive, not to forgive betrayal, the years of pain, or the long, lonely nights in the cold palace, but to forgive herself for wrong choices, impulsive reactions, and the hopes that had once been shattered. That is why, at the end of the summer of 1997, Diana quietly made plans for something that no one, not even those closest to her, could have suspected: a reunion with Charles. The entries in her final journal, along with the unsent letter, painted a picture entirely different from the romantic story the media created about her and Dodi Fayed. Diana never intended to stay with Dodi long-term. That relationship, if it could be called love, was merely a temporary filling of the emotional void that lingered after the divorce. In a letter to a close friend, she wrote that she knew clearly what was real, what was only an illusion, and the truth, as she felt it, always led her back to Charles. The trip to Paris was merely the final leg of a journey coming to a close. Before leaving London, Diana had arranged everything with such discretion that it was nearly absolute. She contacted Sir Robert Fellows, her brother-in-law, and also the Queen's private secretary, asking him to organize a secret meeting at Windsor Chapel on September 1, 1997. It was not meant to be a public reunion, nor a declaration before the world, but a private, cautious step, a moment for just her and Charles, two people who had once loved each other, had once hurt each other, now facing one another again as those who shared old wounds. Diana knew well that Camilla's presence was a reality that could not be erased, but she did not wish to compete or overthrow. What she sought was not the throne, nor the title of princess, but a chance to return as a mother, a companion, and a life partner. In the simplest form of love, she had even prepared a handwritten letter to Queen Elizabeth II. That letter was written on the night of August 30, just hours before the fateful trip. In the letter, Diana expressed absolute respect for the Queen's role, addressing her as Your Majesty at the beginning, but ending with the words, Your daughter-in-law, always. In the letter, Diana wrote, I know the presence of Camilla is something the royal family and the public have gradually accepted, and I do not expect anything to change. But if possible, I humbly ask to return in another role. A life companion, a silent supporter, a mother to your grandchildren, and someone Charles once loved with all his heart. She also emphasized, not because I have no other choice, but because I choose Charles. Once more, after all that has happened, no words of blame, no lines of resentment. That letter was a declaration of a love that had weathered storms, yet still had the strength to nourish hope. She proposed to withdraw from the spotlight permanently, to focus entirely on Charles' charitable work, willing to become his support so that he could fulfill his role as a future leader. This is what sends chills down one's spine when reading the final lines of the letter. If I do not have the chance to say this directly, I still hope that one day you will understand why I came back. The accident in Paris on the night of August 31, 1997, stole the opportunity for Diana to complete her journey home. Windsor Chapel never received that meeting. The letter was never sent. Charles never knew that just one day later, he would have met again the woman he had once considered the greatest mistake of his life, only to realize, perhaps, she was the last right thing he had left. Sir Robert Fellows was the only person she trusted enough to share her plan, and he kept that secret for nearly 3 decades. Only when the jewelry box and the letters inside were discovered at Ray Mill House, where Camilla once lived, did the truth gradually come to light. No one knows how that box ended up there, nor who had kept it. Only that, when Charles opened the box and saw Diana's familiar handwriting, everything broke open. In the whispers from those old pages, he realized a truth so painful it could never be undone. Diana had come back, but he was too late. The truth about the reunion plan not only upended Charles' memories, but also forced the British royal family to confront a history they thought had been buried. If Diana had not died, could the royal family have been healed? Could William and Harry have grown up in a less painful environment? And could Charles himself have atoned for his mistakes? The answer will forever remain a blank space no one can fill. All that remains are pages of letters, a cassette tape, a small pendant with the ultrasound image of Elizabeth Rose, and a prolonged silence, like an unfinished note in a love song never fully sung. It was the love song of 2 people who once loved each other, once lost each other, and once planned to reunite. But time waits for no one. Beneath the guise of a romantic trip to Paris with Dodi Fayed, the truth was that Diana was in a silent race against time, life, and the trust of those she loved most. All the images from the press at that time, the sensual black dress, the alluring smile by the Ritz Hotel pool, and the affectionate embraces with Dodi, were only part of the picture. The rest, the part no one ever saw, were the letters, the notes, and the signs of a growing fear inside the woman the world once hailed as a symbol of compassion. Inside an envelope marked "Open Only in Emergency," Charles found a handwritten letter, clearly penned by Diana in a state of urgency and extreme distress. Her handwriting trembled and wavered, parts of it smudged as if written through tears. The letter was dated August 29, 1997, just 2 days before she died in the Pont de l'Alma tunnel, and it contained a revelation that upended every assumption about why she was in Paris that day. In the letter, Diana confessed that she was being threatened by someone who held classified information about Elizabeth Rose, the daughter she had secretly given birth to and lost in 1985. According to Diana, this person not only knew of Elizabeth's existence, but also possessed documents and evidence capable of igniting a scandal larger than anything the royal family had ever faced. What terrified Diana most was that the person hinted they would expose the truth unless she agreed to disappear from public life. She wrote explicitly that she was attempting to trace the blackmailer's identity through her own private network, which had ties to the internal security department of Buckingham Palace. Everything was unfolding in absolute silence. No one was allowed to know. Not William. Not Harry. Not even Charles. Because if this information leaked, it would not only destroy Charles' reputation, but also thrust the two young princes into the center of a media storm and a vortex of public hatred. Once again, just as she had once quietly buried Elizabeth at Althorpe, Diana was willing to sacrifice herself to protect her family. However, her plan had started to leak. There were signs suggesting that paparazzi had not coincidentally known her every move in Paris down to the minute. Diana sensed she was being watched. In the letter, she wrote that if anything happened to her, Charles needed to know that she had never intended to betray him. Every step, every decision, was driven by a single desire: to protect his honor and shield their children from a truth too unbearable to endure. Charles' hands trembled. His eyes blurred as he read to that point. What he had once believed to be betrayal turned out to be merely a veil masking a silent battle fought by the woman he once loved, and perhaps had always loved. Diana had chosen to sacrifice her public image to protect the stability of the royal family. She knew that if the truth about Elizabeth came to light, the one to be blamed would not be her, but Charles himself. And then, at the end of the letter, there was a message that made Charles' heart feel as if it had been gripped tight. If I do not make it back in time, please tell our children that their mother never stopped loving their father. And if you still have the courage to forgive me, please preserve my image as part of the family, not as a rebel who walked away. Those lines cut deep into the heart of a man for whom it was too late to apologize. As the letter was folded, Charles found one more small item: a black velvet box containing a pendant Diana had always worn, but had never explained. He opened it, and his heart nearly stopped. Inside was an old, blurry ultrasound image, with a handwritten note: Elizabeth Rose, 1985. Beside it was a small photo of Diana and Charles, taken during a rare moment when both were laughing radiantly at Highgrove. At the bottom of the box was a small piece of paper. I forgave you a long time ago. In that moment, everything seemed to collapse within the king's mind. He realized that the woman he had once let slip from his arms had not only carried away his heart, but also a part of family history, a part of the future they could have built together. Diana was not merely a victim. She was a keeper of secrets, a sacrificer, a woman who never stopped loving, even when that love came at the cost of suffering and death. And perhaps the most bitter truth Charles had to face was that Diana had been ready to return, ready to forgive, ready to live a new life with him. After everything, but fate had chosen a different path, a path without a second chance, without explanation, without reunion. The trip to Paris, which had seemed like the impulsive getaway of a woman fleeing an old love, turned out to be the final journey of a mother, a lover, and a symbol, trying to protect what she had once believed to be most sacred: family. And only when Charles reached the heart of that secret did he understand that there are pains that cannot be undone, and there are women who, once lost, leave the whole world forever changed. In the final secret compartment of the box, wrapped in a piece of aging handwritten paper, Charles found a letter bearing his own familiar handwriting. He realized it was the letter he had written after the divorce with Diana was finalized. But for some reason, he had never sent it. In the letter, Charles confessed a deep fear he had never dared to confront, that he was not strong enough to love someone as intense and pure as Diana. He wrote that her love was too vast, too overwhelming, making him a man born into rules, dogma, and duty, feel small and unworthy. Charles admitted in the letter that he had chosen Camilla not out of deep love, but because of familiarity, the sense of safety and control. With Camilla, he did not have to fight himself every day, but it was that very ease that had caused him to lose something far greater, a love capable of redeeming two wounded souls. Diana had kept that letter. She had not destroyed it, had not discarded it in bitterness. She had kept it as a final sign that she still had hope, that one day he would have the courage to say those words to her. As Charles folded that piece of paper, his hand trembled. Inside him was not only regret, but a breaking wave of realization. They had loved each other, truly, but were trapped between pride, wounds that neither was willing to heal for the other, and a royal institution that suffocated every human emotion. The greatest shock was when he suddenly remembered the night before the accident. He had held the phone, and so had Diana, but neither called. Just one phone call, and everything could have changed. They hesitated, they were afraid, and then fate did not wait. Now, when everything was too late, Charles sat in silence before the sunset streaming through the windows of Clarence's house. On the table, the final traces of Diana still lingered. A faint perfume stain on the edge of the paper. An unfinished memory. He had lost Diana, lost Elizabeth Rose, lost the second chance that life does not give to those who are late. And perhaps, what he could never forgive himself for, was knowing that Diana's heart had never closed to him. But he had been the one who lacked the courage to step through the door she had once left open. For many decades, the British royal family has tried to maintain an image of unity in front of the public. But sometimes the real fractures do not appear on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, and they do not reveal themselves during grand ceremonies. Instead, they begin in brief conversations behind closed doors. According to several sources close to the royal household, one of the most shocking moments in recent times occurred during an internal discussion about plans for the future of the monarchy. Princess Anne was said to have looked directly at Queen Camilla and spoken a sentence that left the entire room silent. "You will have no part in William's coronation." There was no loud argument. There was no press statement. But those who were present later said the atmosphere became so heavy that almost no one continued the conversation. From the outside, the British royal family still appears to function as usual. Ceremonies, royal tours, and family images continue to be released regularly. But behind the scenes, many observers believe that a quiet conflict is taking shape, centered on the question of who will define the future of the monarchy when the new generation takes power. According to a YouGov survey conducted in the year 2025, more than 70% of people in Britain admitted that they are closely following the disputes within the royal family. It is a number that shows an unprecedented level of public attention toward the internal fractures of the House of Windsor. At the center of this latest controversy is the role of Camilla in the future era of Prince William. Some sources claim that Princess Anne has played an important role in shaping a transition plan in which Camilla almost completely disappears. It is not a public declaration. It is a quiet exclusion, but one that appears carefully calculated. And it is precisely this silence that makes the story more tense than ever. Do you think Princess Anne is right to remove Camilla from the future plans of the monarchy? Comment number 1, if you support Anne in protecting tradition. Comment number 2, if you believe Camilla deserves respect for her loyalty to Charles. To understand this quiet fracture more clearly, it is necessary to look at how everything began. A wordless exclusion. but one that appears highly strategic. In complex power structures, such as the British royal family, important changes are rarely announced through a single decision. They usually unfold slowly, almost unnoticed during the early stages. According to sources familiar with the internal operations of the palace, the process through which Camilla gradually disappeared from discussions about the future of the monarchy followed exactly that pattern. There was no official announcement. There was no public message hinting at a shift in her role, but small signs began to appear and slowly accumulated over time. At first, they were simply strategic meetings that Camilla was no longer invited to attend. For many years, she had often appeared in discussions related to the direction of the royal family's public image, especially in the period after she became queen consort. However, according to several staff members who once worked in royal offices, since the end of the most recent year, the guest lists for meetings concerning the future of the dynasty have changed. Familiar names such as Princess Anne, Prince William, and several senior advisors continued to appear regularly. But Camilla's name began to disappear. At first, many people believed it was only a temporary adjustment in scheduling, but the pattern quickly repeated itself. Internal memorandums circulated among strategic advisory groups also stopped mentioning her role in long-term plans. Some staff members say that earlier documents once referred to Camilla's presence in major ceremonies of the future, including events connected to the coronation of the next generation. But in the most recent updates, those descriptions gradually vanished. In institutions that carry powerful symbolism, such as the British royal family, the disappearance of a member's name from planning documents usually carries a very clear meaning. It is not an impulsive decision. It is the result of many quiet discussions among the people who truly hold influence. What makes this story particularly striking is Camilla's journey of more than 2 decades to reach her current position. After the marriage between Charles and Diana collapsed, Camilla's image was once fiercely criticized by the public. For many years, she was seen as the third person responsible for one of the greatest crises in the modern history of the royal family. Yet, through charitable work, royal tours, and a patient media strategy, she gradually rebuilt her public image. When Queen Elizabeth eventually expressed her wish that Camilla should be recognized as queen consort, many observers believed that her long process of reputation recovery had finally been completed. For that reason, the change during the past 3 months has surprised many people. According to those who closely monitor signals from inside the palace, in a very short period of time, Camilla appears to have been pushed out of the most important plans concerning the future of the monarchy. No one uses the word exile. No one offers an official explanation. But in reality, her repeated absence from strategic discussions has created a form of silent isolation. An important element in this story is the way everything has been carried out with almost complete silence. Princess Anne has long been known as one of the most discreet and pragmatic members of the royal family. She rarely participates in public controversy and almost never comments on internal matters to the press. Yet many observers believe that it is precisely this quiet working style that gives her a particularly strong influence in long-term decisions. According to sources close to the palace, Anne and Prince William are believed to have chosen to handle the situation with the greatest possible caution. Instead of creating a direct confrontation with Camilla, they appear to have adopted a strategy of gradually reducing her role. By not inviting her to certain meetings, by not including her name in future planning documents, and by allowing time itself to create a clear distance. This strategy has one important advantage. It helps avoid a public scandal. If an official decision were announced declaring that Camilla would have no role in William's coronation, the reaction from the media would almost certainly be intense. But when the change happens slowly and without a clear declaration, the story becomes much harder to define. Everything exists only as signals and speculation. Yet within the discreet environment of the royal household, signals like these often carry more meaning than any press statement. When a member is no longer invited into important discussions, it is usually a sign that their role is being redefined. And in this case, many people believe that the redefinition is happening faster than anyone once predicted. In only a few months, a person who spent more than 20 years building her position within the royal family now appears to be standing on the edge of the plan for the future of the monarchy. But this fracture did not appear by accident. It is rooted in a long history of tension between Anne and Camilla, a relationship that has always been hidden beneath a surface of politeness. From the outside, the relationship between Princess Anne and Queen Camilla has rarely produced dramatic headlines in the press. There have been no public arguments. There have been no statements criticizing one another before the media. At official events, the two women still appear with courtesy and proper royal protocol. Yet many observers who follow the royal household closely have long noticed that a clear distance has always existed between them. It is not an obvious hostility. It is a form of quiet friction that has continued for many years, but is rarely discussed openly. According to many observers, the origin of this tension lies in the way each woman views the concept of royal duty. Princess Anne has long been regarded as one of the most dedicated members of the House of Windsor. For more than 50 years of royal service, she has maintained an almost unchanged working rhythm. Statistics about royal engagements show that Anne often completes more than 200 duties every year. That number reflects not only the volume of work, but also her personal philosophy about the role of the monarchy. For Anne, a position within the royal family is not a social symbol. It is a long-term responsibility. Because of this perspective, the way she is believed to view Camilla is very different from how many other members of the family see her. When Camilla entered the center of royal life after her marriage to Charles, the process of public acceptance moved very slowly. During that period, Camilla focused on building her image through charitable activities and carefully managed public appearances. When she officially became queen consort, the number of royal duties she performed also increased. However, according to recent statistics, Camilla has usually carried out around 100 engagements each year since taking on the role. For many people, that is already a significant workload. But in the eyes of traditional-minded figures such as Anne, the number still creates a clear comparison. Some former staff members who worked at royal events say that this difference in perspective sometimes appeared through very small details in communication. For example, during receptions or charitable gatherings, Anne often tended to control the rhythm of the conversation when several members of the royal family were standing together before the public. When topics began to shift toward personal stories or details less related to official duties, she would gently guide the discussion back toward charitable work or community projects. People familiar with Anne's working style say that this is simply a long-established habit. But some also believe that this approach sometimes created an invisible distance between her and Camilla. Inside the royal household, many observers believe that Anne has long viewed Camilla's role as more symbolic than duty-driven. From that perspective, Camilla is often seen as an extension of Charles's position rather than a central figure within the working structure of the monarchy. This view is rarely spoken directly, but it is believed to influence the way Anne participates in strategic discussions about the future of the dynasty. Another important factor is the relationship between Anne and Prince William. For many years, William is believed to have sought advice from his aunt on matters related to the organization of royal work. Anne is not someone who enjoys appearing in public debates, but she has decades of experience managing royal schedules and maintaining the image of the monarchy during difficult periods. Some sources say that in private conversations, Anne often emphasizes to William the importance of clarity in the roles of each member. In her view, the future of the monarchy depends on the public understanding who is truly performing the duties and who only represents a symbolic presence. This idea of clarity is believed to have become a central theme in recent discussions about the future of the dynasty. As the new generation slowly prepares for major changes, the question is not only who will appear in ceremonies, but also who will represent the spirit of responsibility that the royal family wishes to convey to the public. In that context, the distance between Anne and Camilla appears to be growing more visible. There are no public criticisms. There are no direct statements from either side. But those who closely follow signals within the royal household say that the difference in perspective between them has existed for many years and has only become more apparent as discussions about William's future have begun. Some analysts believe this is not simply a personal disagreement. It reflects a deeper clash between two different visions of the monarchy. One places emphasis on duty and the volume of work performed. The other focuses on symbolic presence and adaptation to modern media. For many years, these two approaches have existed side by side, without creating an open conflict. But as the question of the future throne begins to be asked more seriously, the difference between them no longer seems as easy to hide as it once was. And from these simmering tensions, the story began to move into a more intense phase when Prince William was said to have had a direct conversation with Camilla, a private meeting that, according to several sources, completely changed the way many people viewed the situation inside the royal family. For many years, the relationship between Prince William and Queen Camilla was kept stable in the public eye. They rarely appeared together in situations that created controversy, and official photographs usually showed mutual respect. However, many royal observers have long believed that the relationship was more ceremonial than personal. William grew up during the collapse of his parents' marriage, and the name Camilla was always present in some of the most painful memories of that period. Over time, William accepted the reality that Camilla was his father's wife, but the emotional distance between them never fully disappeared. According to sources familiar with the internal environment of the palace, that quiet tension eventually led to a private exchange believed to have taken place when long-term plans for the future of the monarchy began to be discussed more seriously. No official record of the meeting has ever been released. However, several royal watchers say that the discussion centered on Camilla's role in the future era of William. For many decades, Camilla has become a stable part of the current structure of the royal family. She has accompanied Charles on royal tours, participated in charitable work, and gradually gained public acceptance. But the question raised in recent strategic discussions was not about Camilla's role in the present. The question was how she would appear in William's reign. Some sources suggest that William chose a direct approach while still keeping the matter private. According to people familiar with his thinking, the issue was not Camilla as a person, but the way the monarchy would shape its image in a new era. William is believed to have made it clear that the future of the dynasty required clarity in roles and symbols, and within that structure, Camilla's presence in major ceremonies of the new reign could create unnecessary controversy. Camilla's response, according to several sources, was described as calm and cautious. She did not make any public objection, and she did not participate in any debate before the media. However, some observers say she emphasized that she had spent many years serving the royal family, and that shaping the future of the monarchy should not be based only on short-term image calculations. It was during this stage that the exchange was said to become more tense. Some sources say William expressed his view very clearly that shaping the future reign was the responsibility of the person who would inherit the throne. According to accounts circulating among royal observers, he stressed that the crown of the future could not be shaped by influences from the previous reign. Although the exact details of the conversation have never been officially confirmed, many believe it marked an important moment that changed the way future plans were being built. In the months that followed, signals from inside the palace began to show a clear adjustment in the structure, preparing for the next reign. William is not a figure who enjoys creating public conflict. For many years, he has tried to maintain the image of a stable family before the public. However, when the question of the future throne began to emerge, he is believed to have become more proactive in shaping the team and working structure of his future reign. Public opinion surveys also played an important role in this context. According to a poll published in the year 2025, About 85% of people in Britain support William becoming the next king. That number not only reflects his popularity, but also shows the public expectation for a generational transition within the monarchy. William, who has spent more than 40 years in the role of heir, understands that his reign will begin under intense observation from both the public and the media. In that context, many analysts believe he has found a natural ally in Princess Anne. With decades of experience working within the royal family and a strong belief in duty, Anne is seen as one of the people who best understands how to maintain the stability of the monarchy during sensitive periods of transition. According to sources close to the palace, William and Anne have begun working more closely together in discussions about the future structure of royal operations. There has been no official announcement of this shift, but in reality, some ceremonial plans and participation lists for long-term events have already been adjusted. During this process of adjustment, Camilla's role gradually became less visible, not through a public decision, but through small changes in agendas, guest lists, and long-term ceremonial planning. For many observers, this is a classic example of how the royal family handles sensitive issues. Instead of creating a public confrontation, they allow change to happen slowly and almost invisibly to the public. Yet the final result of this process is becoming increasingly clear. As Camilla slowly moves away from the center of future plans, a natural space begins to appear within the symbolic structure of the next reign. And within that space, another figure is emerging almost naturally, Catherine, who is shaping the image of the future monarchy in a completely different way, almost without the need for any public struggle. As signals showing Camilla's role in long-term plans began to fade, another shift was happening at the same time inside the power structure of the royal family. In many discussions about the future of the monarchy, the name appearing more frequently was no longer Camilla, but Catherine. For many royal observers, this is not a surprising change. For more than a decade, Catherine has gradually built her position as one of the most stable and widely admired figures of the House of Windsor. Unlike earlier periods when members of the royal family were often defined mainly by their titles, Catherine is seen as representing a new approach. Her projects often focus on issues closely connected with modern society, especially mental health, children's education, and community development. This approach has led many people to believe that Catherine has the ability to connect with the public in a more natural way than many other royal figures. According to some sources familiar with recent strategic discussions, Catherine has also begun to play a more active role in ideas related to the image of the future reign. One of the subjects mentioned most frequently is how major royal ceremonies should be organized in a way that preserves tradition while also reflecting the changes of modern society. The coronation of the next generation, even though it still lies in the future, has already become part of long-term discussions. During these exchanges, Catherine is believed to have presented several ideas related to modernizing the form of royal ceremony. According to people familiar with the discussions, her approach is not to change the essence of the ceremony, but to adjust how it is presented to the public. Some proposals focus on expanding the participation of community organizations, increasing representation for the younger generation, and emphasizing the legacy of Queen Elizabeth as a symbol of national unity. These ideas quickly attracted the attention of royal advisors. At a time when the public is increasingly interested in transparency and closeness from traditional institutions, renewing the image of the monarchy is seen as an important factor for its future. Catherine, with her calm manner and stable family image, is considered by many analysts to be someone capable of delivering that message effectively. Recent public opinion surveys also reflect a clear change in the way the public views royal figures. According to a poll published in the year 2026, the level of support for Catherine reached about 92% among those surveyed. This figure is nearly 50 percentage points higher than the level of support for Camilla in the same survey. For many analysts, This gap does not only reflect personal popularity, it also shows that the public is placing its hopes on a new generation of the royal family. Some media experts believe that the most important factor behind this difference is the sense of authenticity that Catherine conveys. For many years, she has built her image through activities that appear relatively simple compared with traditional royal standards. Visits to schools, campaigns raising awareness about mental health, and appearances with her family at community events have created an image that feels close to the everyday life of ordinary people. Meanwhile, Camilla, despite many years of effort to rebuild her public image, still faces a complex media legacy from the past. For a portion of the public, memories of the controversies of earlier decades have not completely disappeared. This makes the comparison between the two women increasingly clear in the eyes of observers. However, one notable point is that Catherine has never publicly engaged in any form of image competition. In official statements and public events, she consistently maintains a respectful attitude toward other members of the family. This caution allows the shift of influence to happen naturally, almost without creating negative reactions from the outside. For many royal analysts, the rise of Catherine reflects a familiar pattern in the history of royal dynasties. When a new generation prepares to move into the central position, the figures who can connect most naturally with the public often become the symbols of the future. In the case of the British royal family, Catherine appears to be assuming that role quite naturally. Yet this shift of influence also raises sensitive questions within the Windsor family. As Camilla's role becomes less visible and Catherine is increasingly viewed as the image of the future reign, the issue is not only about generational change, it also concerns how members of the family adjust their own positions within a new structure. For that reason, many people believe that quiet exchanges between senior figures in the royal family are becoming more important than ever. And according to several sources, one of the most notable recent discussions is believed to have taken place at Windsor between King Charles and Princess Anne, a meeting described by some observers as a real test of the boundary between royal duty and family loyalty. Charles is a man who spent most of his life waiting for the throne. In modern British history, few heirs have waited as long as he did. Nearly 70 years living in the role of Prince of Wales made Charles one of the people who understands most clearly the complexity of the monarchy in the age of global media. When he finally became king, many believed that his reign would focus on stability and a gradual transition toward the next generation. However, reality has proven far more complex. In only about 3 years of his reign, Charles has already faced a series of challenges from both outside and inside the family. Controversies related to the image of the monarchy, changes in the way the public views the institution, and especially internal tensions have created significant pressure on the king. In that context, the question of Camilla's place within the future structure of the royal family has become a particularly sensitive issue. According to sources familiar with the meeting at Windsor, Charles is believed to have approached Princess Anne not only as his sister, but also as one of the most influential members of the family. For many decades, Anne has been regarded as a guardian of discipline and tradition within the royal household. She rarely becomes involved in media controversy, but her opinion in internal matters is always treated with respect. Some royal observers believe that Charles expressed a wish for Anne to reconsider the way Camilla was gradually being pushed out of long-term plans. For Charles, Camilla is not simply a figure within the ceremonial structure of the monarchy. She is the person who stood beside him through many turbulent years, from the period when the public strongly criticized their relationship to the moment when she was finally accepted as queen consort. For that reason, the idea that she might slowly disappear from discussions about the future of the monarchy is believed to be something the king finds difficult to accept. However, according to several sources, Anne's response during the exchange was very clear. Throughout her life, Anne has viewed the role of the monarchy through the lens of duty. For her, The monarchy is not a place where personal relationships shape strategic decisions. It is an institution that must exist above the interests of any individual, including members of the family. Some people familiar with Anne's way of thinking believe she emphasized that every decision concerning the future structure of the monarchy must be based on the long-term interests of the dynasty. If Camilla's presence in the next reign could risk creating controversy or weakening the image of the royal family before the public, then adjusting her role would be necessary. For Charles, this may have been one of the most difficult moments of his reign. After decades of waiting for the throne, he now faces the reality that decisions about the future of the monarchy are not entirely in his hands. As the new generation prepares to move toward the center of royal life, the influence of figures such as William and Anne becomes increasingly clear. Many royal analysts believe Anne's role in this period resembles that of a guardian of tradition. She does not seek power or public attention, but during sensitive moments she is willing to make difficult decisions if she believes they are necessary to protect the image of the monarchy. This determination is also why many people believe Anne would not easily change her position during the exchange with Charles. For her, the issue is not family affection or personal loyalty. The issue is how to ensure that the royal family continues to maintain stability and credibility in the eyes of the public as it moves into a period of generational transition. After the meeting at Windsor, there was no official announcement about the outcome of the discussion. However, signals from inside the palace in the weeks that followed suggested that long-term plans related to the future reign continued in the direction that had already been discussed. This has led many observers to believe that the exchange between Charles and Anne did not lead to any major change in the strategy already being implemented. If that is true, it also means that Camilla's role in the future structure of the monarchy may continue to be reduced. The consequence of this decision is the quiet exile of Camilla, a shock that has shaken the palace from within. After the private discussion between King Charles and Princess Anne at Windsor, signals from inside the palace began to reveal a reality that was becoming increasingly clear. The role of Queen Camilla in the long-term plans of the monarchy appears to be shrinking in a manner that is both cautious and firm. No official statement has been issued about this shift. Yet in discrete institutional structures, such as the British royal family, the gradual disappearance of a name from internal channels of communication often carries more meaning than any public explanation. According to several sources familiar with the operation of royal offices, the first signs appeared in internal briefings and documents prepared for long-term events. For many years, Camilla had often been mentioned in planning materials connected with major ceremonial activities of the monarchy. However, recent updates reveal a noticeable change. Her name now appears less frequently in documents related to the future direction of the royal family. In some cases, sections that once described Camilla's participation in long-term events have been revised or removed. Some staff members who previously worked in royal event planning teams say that these adjustments were not clearly explained. Instead, internal memorandums simply focused on members identified as having a direct role in the next reign. On that list, names such as William and Catherine appear prominently. Meanwhile, Camilla's presence has gradually become less visible. For many royal watchers, this represents a form of symbolic exile. It is not a complete removal from royal life. Camilla still appears at official events and continues to carry out some of her familiar charitable duties. But in discussions concerning the future of the monarchy, her influence appears to have declined significantly. What makes this shift particularly striking is the long journey Camilla has taken to reach her current position. During the 1990s, when her relationship with Charles became the focus of intense media attention, her public image faced severe criticism. Many opinion polls at that time suggested that around 80% of people in Britain viewed her negatively. For years, the name Camilla was almost inseparable from one of the most difficult periods in the modern history of the monarchy. Yet through patience and a cautious media strategy, her image gradually changed. through charitable activities, steady public appearances beside Charles, and a slow process of acceptance within royal events. Camilla eventually achieved official recognition when she became queen consort. For many observers, this journey has been regarded as one of the most remarkable reputation recoveries in the history of royal media coverage. For that reason, the decline of her influence within only a few recent months has surprised many observers. According to sources familiar with the internal workings of the palace, the process unfolded over about 6 months as plans for the future reign began to be adjusted. No public decision was ever announced. But the decreasing presence of Camilla's name in strategic documents and key meetings sent a very clear message. Another notable factor is the silence of King Charles throughout this period. The king continues his official engagements and royal tours. Yet he has made no statement about Camilla's role in the future of the monarchy. For many analysts, this silence reflects the complexity of the situation he faces. On one hand, Camilla is the partner who has stood beside him for many years. On the other hand, decisions concerning the next reign are increasingly influenced by the younger generation of the royal family. Several sources say that Camilla has also tried to maintain her presence in public life by continuing to participate in charity activities and community events. In recent months, she has appeared at several programs, promoting reading awareness and public health, areas she has supported for many years. However, media analysts note that these activities no longer generate the same level of attention as before. Part of the reason is that media focus has gradually shifted to the next generation of the royal family. Stories related to William and Catherine are increasingly occupying more space in newspapers and media coverage. In that context, Camilla's efforts to remain at the center of the royal narrative have become more difficult. For many observers, the current situation of Camilla can be described as a form of strategic invisibility. She remains the queen consort. She continues to attend official engagements, but her influence over decisions shaping the future of the monarchy appears to have declined significantly. As these quiet changes within the power structure of the royal family become more visible, another detail has also been mentioned in discussions among royal watchers. It concerns the existence of a letter that Princess Anne is believed to have privately sent to King Charles during a period when decisions about the future of the monarchy became increasingly sensitive. No official copy of the letter has been released, and there has been no public confirmation from the palace. However, many analysts believe its content reflects clearly how Anne views the situation unfolding. According to several sources familiar with royal circles, the letter was not emotional in tone. It was described more as a direct analysis of the risks the monarchy could face if strategic decisions were influenced by personal considerations. Throughout many decades of royal service, Anne has consistently emphasized one principle that she believes is fundamental to the institution. The monarchy must place the interests of the institution above the emotions of individual family members. Some people familiar with Anne's way of thinking believe she reminded the king in the letter that the history of the British royal family is filled with moments when personal decisions created institutional crises. From her perspective, the current generational transition requires absolute clarity about the roles and symbols of the future reign. In that analysis, Prince William was mentioned as the central figure of the next stage. Some sources say Anne described William as the final pillar of stability in the eyes of the public. This idea does not come only from his position as heir to the throne, but also from the level of public trust he receives in opinion surveys. In recent years, William has consistently ranked at the top of public approval lists among royal family members. This has led many analysts to believe that the future of the British monarchy is closely tied to his public image. Public opinion data also reflects another notable trend. A survey published by the magazine Marie Claire in 2026 found that Princess Anne received about 75% respect from respondents. Many of them explained that they value the consistency with which Anne has carried out royal duties over many decades. In the same survey, the level of support for Camilla was about 40%. For many analysts, this gap shows how the public is gradually reshaping the structure of influence inside the royal family. In the past, the power of the monarchy was largely defined by tradition, but in the modern media era, personal reputation and public trust have become increasingly important factors. Because of this, some experts argue that strategic decisions within the monarchy today cannot be separated from how the public views each royal figure. If a member of the royal family receives strong public support, their influence within the internal power structure often grows. On the other hand, figures with more controversial images face greater difficulty maintaining a central role. In that context, the letter believed to be written by Anne is not simply a personal message to the king. It reflects a realistic view of how the monarchy is evolving in the 21st century. As the public plays a larger role in evaluating and shaping the image of the royal family, the institution itself must adapt if it wishes to continue to exist and maintain public support. What is happening inside the British royal family reflects a familiar pattern in royal history. Major changes rarely begin with public announcements. They usually begin with quiet decisions, private conversations, and gradual adjustments within the structure of power. The question now is whether these silent fractures are beginning to reshape the future of the monarchy. This drama could change the monarchy forever. What do you think? Leave your comment below, like and subscribe to follow more royal analysis. Thank you for watching. A somber morning at Buckingham Palace. No médialenses. No ceremonial music. Only a closed room where doctors stepped out after a prolonged consultation. And a sentence delivered in a voice lowered just enough not to pass beyond the thick wooden doors. Time is running short. According to sources close to the royal family, the king's medical prognosis forced the inner circle to activate scenarios that had previously existed only on paper. Within hours, schedules were cancelled, senior aides were summoned, and the internal communication system was operating at its highest level. What sent shockwaves was not the illness itself, but the reaction that followed. Prince William is said to have requested an urgent review of the steps required for a transfer of power. A private exchange between father and son lasted 42 minutes. No public record. No official statement. Yet, according to multiple sources, this may have been the first time in the modern history of the British royal family that the possibility of replacing a reigning monarch was discussed seriously without a public declaration of abdication. What is unfolding raises profound questions about the boundary between responsibility and ambition. When time becomes the decisive factor, is swift action an act of protecting the crown, or a step beyond the limits of tradition? Do you believe William is fulfilling his duty, or going too far? Comment number 1, if you believe this is duty. Number 2, if you believe it is betrayal. And do not forget to follow so you do not miss the next part. But where did it truly begin? Let us return to the moment when the doctors delivered that fateful timeline. The small meeting room deep inside Buckingham Palace remained closed throughout that morning. No guest appointments. No ceremonial engagements. Only medical files laid neatly on the table, and 4 individuals seated opposite one another in an atmosphere thick with tension. According to sources close to the royal inner circle, this exchange was never entered into official minutes, yet its content was serious enough to trigger contingency plans that had existed only in classified documents. After completing his professional assessment, the chief physician used a phrase that silenced the room. Timeline shorter than expected. There was no gentler way to frame it. No more cautious evaluations as before. When pressed for clarity, he was compelled to state plainly that the situation could no longer be measured in years, nor could it confidently be measured in many months. The highest priority was no longer extending treatment, but ensuring the stability of the monarchy within a sharply limited time frame ahead. The king is said to have asked a single question in return. How much time remains? No visible emotion. No sharp reaction. Only the need to know the precise boundary that remained in order to prepare. The answer was not a specific figure, but it was direct enough for everyone to understand that every transition plan had to be calculated immediately, not years, not a long reign ahead, perhaps only a few weeks or a few months to ensure the monarchy would not drift into uncertainty. Immediately after that exchange, internal security protocols were tightened. The palace was effectively sealed from the outside world for several hours. Public schedules were quietly adjusted. According to leaked information, only 4 individuals were fully briefed on the severity of the prognosis: Queen Camilla, Prince William, the King's private secretary, and the Archbishop of Canterbury. No other senior member was updated in detail at that time. Limiting the flow of information was considered essential to prevent panic or premature speculation from the media. What stands out is not only the health condition, but the way the institution responded in the first critical hours. Scenarios concerning a regency, temporary delegation of authority, and emergency transfer ceremonies were brought back for immediate review. Documents once prepared for the worst-case scenario were no longer distant hypotheticals. When the news reached Prince William at dawn the following day, his reaction, according to sources, was silence for several minutes. No public display of emotion, no immediate statement. Instead, a series of discreet calls to his closest advisors. He requested a full update on the legal and ceremonial options, should the mechanism for transferring power need to be activated sooner than anticipated. The choice to act rather than display emotion marked a turning point. In a context where time had suddenly narrowed, every decision carried historic weight, and from that moment, the trajectory of the British royal family began to shift in a direction the public had never witnessed before. The call came to Prince William before sunrise. According to close sources, the message was direct. The king's health had entered a phase that required preparation for every possible scenario. The messenger avoided language that would cause alarm. Yet the phrase "timeline shorter than expected" was enough for William to understand that this was no longer a matter of routine monitoring. Those present later recounted that his first reaction was not emotion, but focus. William has long been described as pragmatic, inclined to manage crises through a systematic approach. In this situation, he understood one fundamental truth: uncertainty is the greatest enemy of a constitutional monarchy. History shows that whenever ambiguity lingers, a vacuum of authority invites speculation, and speculation swiftly turns into instability. Within only a few hours, a core group of advisors was summoned to an internal meeting room informally referred to as the War Room. No cameras, no ceremony, no presence of symbolic figures. Attendance was limited to those responsible for legal, constitutional, and strategic communications matters. The sole objective was to assess every transition option should the worst-case scenario arrive sooner than expected. According to sources, William requested a review across 3 principal axes. First, the legal foundation for temporary delegation of authority, should the king be unable to perform his duties for a limited period of time. Second, the procedure for communicating information to the public in a manner that ensured transparency without triggering shockwaves in the markets or the political sphere. Third, the plan to preserve the image of stability of the royal family in the eyes of the Commonwealth. The emphasis of these discussions was not on replacement, but on continuity. William is said to have made it clear that tradition is important, but duty stands above all else. If ceremonial protocol slows a necessary response, then protocol must be adjusted. This perspective reflects a generational difference in the understanding of monarchy. Rather than maintaining absolute distance and allowing time to resolve matters on its own, he chose to manage the crisis proactively. One figure was repeated several times during the meeting: 48 hours. That was considered the maximum window during which information could be contained before a reassuring signal would have to be sent to the public. Any leak within that period risked igniting speculation about a constitutional crisis. William therefore requested the highest possible level of information control. Notably, he did not ask for preparations for an immediate coronation. Instead, he asked for clarity. In his view, a monarchy cannot endure in a prolonged state of ambiguity. The public can accept difficult news. What they struggle to accept is silence without direction. For that reason, the strategy was built around a message of stability, continuity, and controlled transparency. Some advisors expressed concern that moving too swiftly could be interpreted as impatience. William is said to have responded that waiting in such circumstances would pose the greater risk. If other institutions sensed a vacuum of authority, they would adjust in their own way. At that point, the royal family would be left reacting rather than leading. Throughout the meeting, which lasted several hours, no decision was announced publicly, yet the foundation for an unprecedented transition plan was laid. Scenarios were rewritten. Contingency statements were drafted. Communications with the Prime Minister and certain key leaders were scheduled under strict confidentiality. From words, they moved to practical steps, not through grand declarations, but by establishing a structure ready to be activated at any moment. It was here that the story entered a new phase, where tradition and reality collided directly, forcing the royal family to choose between preserving ceremony unchanged or adapting in order to endure. The next closed-door meeting took place in a context where no option was merely hypothetical. According to informed internal sources, one sentence was repeated frequently in the room as a guiding principle: "The crown cannot wait. The crown cannot wait for the health of one individual." This was not a display of coldness. It reflected a philosophy that has sustained a constitutional monarchy for centuries. Individuals may weaken. The institution must not falter. The legal and constitutional advisors began drafting two parallel scenarios. The first was based on a model of voluntary abdication, although this option was considered extremely sensitive. As the sole historical precedent in the 20th century continues to carry deep resonance, they reviewed the entire legal procedure, from the formal declaration and the approval of the Privy Council to notifications to the nations of the Commonwealth. Everything was prepared in meticulous detail, yet strictly kept from public view. The second scenario was considered more practical given the fluctuating health situation. It involved a regency model or an expanded form of delegation, allowing Prince William to assume public leadership without a formal declaration of abdication. Under this option, the king would retain his title, but the majority of national representation duties would be carried out by the heir. The most critical objective was to avoid any perception of upheaval, a sudden shift that could unsettle both the political sphere and public sentiment. The figure that underscored the gravity of the moment was two complete sets of documents prepared in parallel. One set for the possibility of abdication. One set for William assuming leadership in foreign affairs and ceremonial functions, while the king gradually withdrew from public engagements. No one in the room declared which path would ultimately be activated, but both had to be ready within the shortest possible time frame. Quiet consultations were also initiated with the Church of England. The Archbishop of Canterbury was briefed on the broad outlines in order to prepare for any statement concerning ceremonial procedure and the religious legitimacy of a transfer of role. At the same time, discreet diplomatic channels were opened with certain key leaders within the Commonwealth to gauge reactions should news emerge that the king was limiting his activities. Notably, the communications strategy was treated with equal weight as the legal framework. Advisors understood that in the age of social media, even a few hours of informational vacuum can give rise to conspiracy theories. As a result, contingency messages were drafted at multiple levels, from reassuring health updates to formal declarations of delegated authority. Every word was carefully weighed to ensure transparency while preserving the dignity of the king. In the exchanges, William is said to have emphasized one central point. The objective was not replacement, but stability He required that every option ensure the public perceived continuity rather than rupture. Advisors were therefore tasked with calculating each step of delegated authority so that any shift would unfold gradually and without shock. Overseas tours could be adjusted. Speeches could be delivered by the prince in place of the king. Yet everything had to proceed within a framework that respected the position of the monarch. Alongside the drafting process, legal risks were assessed with precision. Some experts warned that any signal of abdication, if leaked, could unsettle financial markets and affect international relations. For that reason, the list of individuals granted access to the documents was kept to an absolute minimum. The files were stored within a separate, secure system. Printing was tightly controlled. As preparations deepened, one reality became increasingly clear. Whichever option might be chosen, the king's consent was the essential condition. No constitutional provision permits coercion in such circumstances without an open crisis. Thus, the entire plan, no matter how detailed, ultimately depended on the decision of one man. In internal notes, the greatest question was not whether the system was ready. It was whether Charles would agree to activate one of the two prepared sets of documents. The king is known for his profound sense of duty and deep attachment to his role. Persuading him that partial or full withdrawal was necessary for long-term stability would not be simple. When the final drafts reached a stage of readiness for activation, the atmosphere within the group shifted from urgency to anticipation. Everyone understood that the next step no longer rested in their hands. For the plan to succeed, approval was required from the only individual with the authority to grant it, Charles himself. And the forthcoming dialogue between father and son could shape the future of the royal family for decades to come. The meeting between the king and Prince William took place at an hour not recorded on the public schedule. According to informed internal sources, the exchange lasted 42 minutes. No secretary was present to record minutes. No legal advisor sat in the room. Only two individuals facing a reality both clearly understood. The health condition no longer allowed strategic decisions to be postponed. Subsequent leaks suggest that the focus of the conversation was not personal emotion, but the structure of authority. William is said to have presented the prepared options developed in the war room, not as an ultimatum, but as a candid report on the system's readiness. He stressed that prolonged ambiguity would erode public confidence. In that context, clarity was no longer optional. It was a requirement. From the king's side, the reaction was described as composed yet heavy. Charles had spent his entire life preparing for this role. To consider relinquishing part of his authority, even in practice, meant acknowledging personal limits. Yet, according to some sources, he framed his response in pragmatic terms. If I continue to appear publicly but cannot fully discharge my responsibilities, would that cause greater harm? The question suggested a shift in perspective, from holding the position at all costs to safeguarding the institution for the long term. The figure 42 minutes quickly became a detail noted by observers, shorter than a feature film, yet sufficient for 2 generations to reach a pivotal understanding. There was no public signature, no declaration of abdication. Yet according to sources, within that span, Charles agreed to grant William practical coordination over the majority of public and strategic royal activities. The title remained unchanged, but operational authority began to shift. Another sensitive element was the role of Camilla during this period. She did not attend the private meeting. According to some sources, this reflected a desire to keep the exchange solely between the sovereign and the heir. However, her exclusion from the direct process also fueled speculation of underlying tension. Camilla has been known as a strong advocate for the king to continue performing his duties to the fullest extent possible. A practical shift in authority, even without formal declaration, could reduce her influence over strategic decisions. When the meeting concluded, there was no immediate communiqué, yet changes began to appear in subtle ways. the king's schedule was significantly reduced. Several major engagements were reassigned to William. High-level diplomatic meetings were reorganized under flexible health considerations, all unfolded within a framework of maximum respect for Charles's position. Yet observers recognized a shift in the center of gravity. Notably, there was no official moment marking a transfer, no ceremony, no solemn proclamation. For that reason, those 42 minutes became symbolic of a new form of transition, one in which authority can shift in emphasis without altering title. It reflects an adaptation to an era of rapid media cycles, where any public shock could generate far-reaching consequences. Following the meeting, Charles virtually disappeared from public view for a considerable period. Health updates were issued in cautious language. His extended absence began to draw the attention of the press, and as is often the case in a dense information environment, secrecy proved difficult to maintain completely. The first rumors surfaced across political forums and international media outlets. Constitutional experts began analyzing the possibility of a regency. The timing between the private meeting and the schedule adjustments led many to ask whether authority had effectively been transferred, even if never formally announced. From that moment onward, the story no longer remained entirely within internal confines. As the king stepped back from the spotlight and William appeared more frequently before the public, the quiet transition entered a phase where the boundary between rumor and reality grew increasingly fragile. After the private meeting that lasted 42 minutes, the king's public presence declined to a level rarely seen before. There were no longer daily images of him leaving the palace to carry out official duties, no more detailed announcements of audiences as in the past. Instead, brief statements were issued from Buckingham Palace, repeating a familiar structure. The king is resting under medical supervision. Engagements have been adjusted in accordance with doctors' recommendations. The issue was not the content of these statements, but their frequency and ambiguity. The phrase "under supervision" quickly became a point of debate across the media. Veteran royal correspondents began questioning the length of his absence. According to calculations by several newspapers, dozens of days passed without any new image of a reigning monarch. It was the first time in modern history that a head of state under a constitutional monarchy had virtually disappeared from public view for such an extended period without a clear declaration regarding his condition. The relative silence from the palace created an information vacuum. That vacuum was swiftly filled with speculation. Several members of Parliament called for clarification regarding the current scope of delegated authority held by Prince William. They did not challenge the monarchy itself, but emphasized that transparency was necessary to ensure political stability. In closed discussions, questions arose as to whether the mechanism of a regency should be formally activated if the situation continued. On social media, conspiracy theories began to spread at a pace that proved difficult to control. Some extreme claims suggested that the king had been placed under prolonged sedation to avoid public appearances in a weakened state. Other rumors went further, speculating that the worst had already occurred, but that the announcement had been delayed. There was no verified evidence to support these claims, yet the absence of updated images gave them space to grow. In this climate, every movement of other senior members was examined closely. One of the most notable signals was Catherine's solo appearance at a major event that would previously have included the king, or at least the leading royal couple. Her representation without Charles or Camilla was interpreted by many analysts as evidence that a practical shift in roles was already underway. Images of Catherine appearing confident, observing full protocol, and delivering remarks on behalf of the royal family were analyzed as an indirect message. There was no declaration of a change in authority, yet the structure of public representation had clearly evolved. The public gradually grew accustomed to seeing William and Catherine at the center, while the king remained absent. The most striking figure during this period was the number of days without an official image of Charles. For an institution that relies heavily on symbolism and presence, Such a prolonged interruption was rare. In informal polls, a segment of the public expressed concern that the lack of clarity could weaken confidence in the continuity of the monarchy. Meanwhile, Prince William continued to expand his public role. He represented the crown at high-level meetings, presided over international events, and increased engagement with domestic organizations. His pace of work was described as more intense than usual. This reinforced the perception that a practical transition was accelerating. Even in the absence of any formal confirmation, the contrast between the king's extended silence and the heir's growing visibility created a picture of mounting tension. Each passing day without a new image increased pressure on the palace to provide additional information. Yet the strategy remained unchanged. Brief statements, no medical details, no specific timeline. Amid widening rumors and rising political pressure, an unexpected development began to circulate among observers. A figure who had stood far from the center of power for years was said to be considering a return. If that occurred, an already fragile process could face a new variable. While Charles remained silent before the public and William pressed forward, one name began to surface more frequently in private conversations: Prince Harry. Prince Harry's arrival in London did not appear on any public schedule. According to aviation and security sources, the flight was kept confidential until the last moment. There was no announcement from his office in the United States, no official welcome images. His return at a time when rumors about the king's health were spreading immediately raised questions about his true purpose. Those closely following internal developments reported that Harry requested a direct meeting with his brother almost immediately upon landing in Britain. The appointment was arranged swiftly, but within strict limits. No communications advisors were present. No legal representatives in the room. Only the two brothers and a private space where disagreements accumulated over many years could no longer be concealed by ceremony. According to sources briefed afterward, Harry opened with a blunt statement: "Father has not died, but the way you are acting makes people think he has." The remark was not merely emotional. It reflected Harry's concern that the practical transition was unfolding too quickly, crossing the line between preparation and replacement. He is said to have questioned the transparency of decisions made in the war room and who was truly controlling the flow of information. William, according to some sources, maintained that every step had been based on constitutional advice and the priority of national stability. He emphasized that the health condition did not allow delay, and that assuming a greater public role did not mean erasing the king's position. Yet the difference in how the two brothers understood responsibility appeared too great to reconcile within a short span of time. The figure cited by multiple sources was under 1 hour. The meeting lasted less than 60 minutes. Yet it was sufficient to make clear that the brothers' positions had diverged in two different directions. Harry is said to have warned that if documents related to an abdication model or a regency were activated without broad consensus, he would consider legal action to ensure transparency. Some sources even suggested that he mentioned the possibility of seeking an injunction if there were signs of authority being exceeded. Tension intensified when information about internal draft documents began to leak into the international media. Certain details regarding the preparation of two parallel sets of papers appeared on political forums. There was no official confirmation of the source of the leak. But the timing led many to question whether someone had deliberately released information to apply pressure. Harry's return at the very moment these reports were spreading added further complexity to the situation. In subsequent private discussions, the royal family's legal team reportedly reviewed every preparatory step to ensure that no constitutional violation could be exploited. William maintained his position that all actions were intended to prevent a power vacuum. However, public or semi-public opposition from his younger brother carried the risk of turning an internal matter into a family dispute before a global audience. Longtime observers noted that this was not merely a strategic disagreement, it touched a deeper question about how the two brothers understood their father's legacy. For Harry, accelerating a transition while the king was still alive could be perceived as undue haste and a lack of respect. For William, delay in a climate of uncertainty posed a greater risk to that very legacy. The meeting ended without a joint statement. There were no images of the two brothers appearing together to reassure the public. Instead, silence followed on both sides. Behind the scenes, however, preparations did not stop. Meetings continued. Scenarios were refined to address the possibility of open dispute. The figure under 1 hour quickly became symbolic of a new fracture. A brief span of time, yet one with consequences that could extend for years. A division that had existed since earlier controversies now moved to a different level, directly linked to the future of the monarchy. Even as Harry sought to slow the process or demand greater transparency, sources indicated that events had progressed too far to be halted abruptly. Preparations for an emergency coronation scenario, in whatever form it might take, continued to be maintained at a high level of readiness. While family disagreements remained unresolved, the institution they represented continued to operate according to its own logic. That, ultimately, would determine the next trajectory of the royal family. The ceremony was held within a limited setting at the Chapel Royal, a space more commonly associated with internal religious observances than with large-scale national rituals. According to informed sources, the choice of location reflected an intention to keep the transition as discreet as possible, avoiding the impression of a sudden change before the king's condition had been fully disclosed. Attendance was strictly limited. Only 11 individuals were physically present within the ceremonial space. The number was smaller than that of an extended family gathering and entirely different from the familiar image of a coronation at Westminster Abbey. Those confirmed to be present included representatives of the Church, several key constitutional officials, and the two central figures, William and Catherine. There were no international guests, no diplomatic delegations, no rows of distinguished seats. According to internal descriptions, the ceremony focused on the minimal legal and symbolic elements required to confirm a new practical role. One detail that drew attention was the presentation to William of a ring associated with the reign of George V, as a sign of dynastic continuity. It was not a grand reenactment, but an act intended to establish legitimacy within a long-standing tradition. Catherine was present as a witness, yet she did not speak. Her presence was viewed as a message of familial stability and parallel succession. In a context where the public had grown accustomed to seeing her represent the monarchy at major events in recent weeks, the image reinforced the perception that the center of public activity had clearly shifted. Another notable element was the handling of the media. The ceremony was not broadcast live. The release of images and information was deliberately delayed. According to communications specialists, this strategy was designed to synchronize messaging with legal and diplomatic steps being finalized in parallel. The statement issued afterward emphasized the words continuity and stability. It contained no direct reference to the king no longer exercising his role. There was no detailed explanation of his health. The silence regarding Charles within the announcement became a subject of widespread analysis. Some observers described the event as a coronation within transition, in which title and practical authority could coexist for a defined period. This approach allowed the system to function smoothly without creating psychological shock for the public or for nations within the Commonwealth. The figure 11 attendees quickly circulated through international media as a symbol of an unprecedented minimalist ceremony. It illustrated the sensitivity of the moment. Not a national celebration, but a controlled affirmation of authority. Yet those closely following developments understood that the ceremony did not conclude the story. 3 hours after the official information was released, a new development emerged from an unexpected source. A handwritten letter was delivered, and its content had the potential to reshape public perception of the entire process. 3 hours after confirmation of the private ceremony at the Chapel Royal, Another document began to be acknowledged through official channels. It was a handwritten letter from Charles, drafted 2 days before the practical transfer ceremony. According to sources familiar with its contents, the letter was not long, but it was direct and without circumlocution. In it, Charles is said to have acknowledged that his health no longer permitted him to carry the full weight of public responsibilities. He wrote that the institution is greater than the individual, and that if his stepping back would secure stability, it was the necessary choice. The most frequently quoted line was a declarative statement. "I did not die a king. I lived to crown one." The phrasing was interpreted as a clear endorsement of the practical role William was assuming, while rejecting extreme speculation that the transition had occurred in secrecy against his will. What drew equal attention was what did not appear in the letter. There was no passage mentioning Camilla. There was no public expression of gratitude to the spouse who had stood beside him through years of turbulence. That absence immediately became a subject of analysis. Some experts argued that it was a deliberate choice to keep the letter focused on the axis between father and son, on the direct line of succession, rather than expanding into marital considerations or internal political dynamics. However, in the context of recent tensions, that omission further intensified the sense of a selective transfer of power. The most notable detail was the timing of its composition. The letter was written 2 days before the private ceremony, meaning that the decision had been considered and approved before the public was aware of any details. This was not a passive reaction to media pressure. It was a calculated step, bearing the personal imprint of Charles. When the contents were released, many questions temporarily subsided. At the very least, the public received confirmation that the practical transfer had taken place with the consent of the head of state. At the same time, the letter quietly closed a chapter, not through a grand ritual, not through a lengthy proclamation, but through a few handwritten lines, sufficient to shape how history would record the moment. From a discreet medical prognosis delivered behind closed doors, to an emergency coronation ceremony witnessed by only 11 individuals, the entire process unfolded at a pace that compelled both observers and the public to follow every development. There was no dramatic declaration, no scenes of unrest outside palace gates, only a sequence of decisions made in silence, guided by a principle repeated in internal meetings: duty over ego, stability over tradition. In less than 1 month, the British monarchy witnessed a transfer unprecedented in modern history. No blood, no war, no public constitutional crisis, only the pressure of time, legal calculation, and a difficult choice between preserving established ritual or adapting to safeguard institutional continuity. Charles writing a letter of consent, William assuming the practical role before any large-scale public ceremony, the careful control of information throughout the process. None of this suggested impulse. It reflected a strategy shaped with deliberation. Yet a larger question remains. Will history regard William as the man who steered the monarchy away from a dangerous period of uncertainty? Or will critics describe it as a move executed too swiftly, carrying the tone of opportunism at a sensitive moment? The answer depends on where one places the emphasis: on absolute loyalty to tradition, or on the capacity to adapt in order to ensure long-term stability. We would like to hear your perspective. Do you believe history will remember William as the king who saved the monarchy, or as an opportunist? Leave your comment with number 1 or number 2 as introduced at the beginning of this video. If this analysis has helped you better understand what is unfolding behind the doors of Buckingham Palace, do not forget to like, share, subscribe, and turn on notifications to follow the next developments in this royal drama. Thank you for staying with us until the final minute. At Buckingham Palace, where every detail is meant to be perfectly orchestrated, a statue that was supposed to be purely symbolic has instead plunged the royal family into turmoil. A secret statue of Queen Camilla, erected without King Charles's official approval, has ignited a storm within palace walls, and when the news broke, the king reportedly lost his composure. He immediately summoned an emergency meeting not just to demand who allowed this to happen, but to confront a far more unsettling question. What exactly is Camilla plotting? According to multiple palace insiders, the statue was placed in a sensitive location within the palace grounds, a spot once reserved for the late Queen Elizabeth II's memorial. Camilla's decision to claim that sacred space for herself has enraged several senior royals. The public, too, has begun to wonder, was this an innocent oversight, or a calculated move to assert dominance from a woman long regarded as the intruder in Britain's most tragic love story? Ironically, while the royal family struggles to rebuild its image amid scandals and the king's health concerns, Camilla seems to have stirred chaos once again. As some observers wryly note, true power doesn't need to be carved in stone yet for Camilla. Perhaps even a statue isn't enough. And so, this late-night royal summit may not simply be about quelling a palace embarrassment, but about confronting a deeper truth. Is the crown itself being manipulated from within Buckingham Palace? At dawn, the United Kingdom awoke to disbelief. Before the gates of Buckingham Palace stood not Elizabeth, not Diana, not even Charles, but Camilla. Inside the palace, witnesses say Charles dropped his teacup in shock upon seeing the image. Was Camilla driven by sudden envy? Or was this a meticulously calculated bid to usurp England's most sacred symbols? Now the question remains. Faced with such defiance, will Charles stay silent, or will he make history by delivering the most dramatic exile since the reign of Elizabeth II? On the morning of October 9th, L'Ancienling Archevaux, Britain awoke to a shock unlike any in its modern history. As the first slivers of sunlight broke through London's fog, guards stationed at Buckingham Palace were met with an astonishing sight. In the very center of the royal courtyard stood a massive bronze statue of Queen Camilla that had appeared overnight. No one knew who authorized it. No one had witnessed trucks, granas, or any sign of installation. Yet there it stood, bold and immovable, as though it had always belonged there, defying both tradition and time itself. Within minutes, the news exploded across the nation. Reporters rushed to the palace gates, cameras and microphones pressed against the black iron fences, where the golden royal crest gleamed faintly through the mist against the gray morning sky. Camilla's bronze likeness gleamed with an eerie brilliance, both regal and unsettling. This was no gentle or benevolent portrait. Her expression was austere, chin raised high, lips tightened, eyes fixed directly on Buckingham's front gates, a sight historically reserved for statues of late monarchs. Crowds quickly gathered. People pointed, murmured, filmed, and shared their disbelief online. A statue of Camilla in front of Buckingham. What's happening? Was this ordered by the king, or did she do it herself? Within an hour, every major outlet, from BBC to Sky News, Daily Mail to The Guardian, was broadcasting the same image. Camilla in bronze, towering and unyielding. Her posture, that of a queen ushering in a new age. Headlines dominated the airwaves. The new face of the monarchy. Camilla's statue stuns Britain. Has the queen consort declared her own legacy? Reporters frantically sought confirmation from the Royal Communications Office. But every call met the same response: no comment. A palace spokesperson was spotted leaving home with a grim expression, refusing to answer questions. That silence, instead of easing the public, only stoked more intrigue. A Sky News correspondent reported live. For over a century, no statue has ever been placed before Buckingham without royal council approval. The mystery is who authorized this, and why Camilla. The crowd outside thickened. Some placed flowers at the statue's base, paying homage as though to a reigning monarch. Others quietly set photos of Princess Diana beside the pedestal, their handwritten notes reading, "You can't replace her." The atmosphere turned electric. Elderly onlookers stood in solemn disbelief, while younger ones filmed TikToks set to dramatic music. By mid-morning, statue of Camilla had surged to the top of national trends. Political analysts flooded talk shows. One commentator asserted, "This is a deliberate display of dominance. A statue in front of Buckingham isn't decoration. It's a declaration of power." Another countered, "If this was done without the king's consent, it's a desecration of royal sanctity, a direct insult to the monarchy's legacy." All eyes shifted toward the palace. But King Charles remained unseen. No statements, no appearances, no reaction from behind Buckingham's imposing walls. Television cameras lingered, waiting for any sign. A face at a window. A royal figure stepping into view. Nothing. By noon, anchors began to voice the questions echoing nationwide. Why hasn't Charles appeared? Where is the king? Could this be part of a new royal rebranding campaign? Inside the BBC newsroom, the editor-in-chief gave a clear directive. Push the Camilla story to the top. Lead with the question. Why her and why now? The midday broadcast began with the anchor's grave tone. This morning, the nation was left astounded as a statue of Queen Camilla was found standing before Buckingham Palace. The palace has issued no comment while speculation mounts. Was this a sanctioned effort to reshape the monarchy's image or an act of overreach by the Queen Consort herself? Slow-motion footage followed, Camilla's bronze hand resting on her dress hem, her metallic eyes gleaming as if alive, her posture commanding and assertive. The host remarked, "That gaze isn't humble. It's the gaze of someone declaring, 'I am here, and I will not be erased.'" Meanwhile, in Westminster cafes, conversations buzzed. Some called it a modern PR maneuver to rejuvenate the royal brand post-Elizabeth II. Others dismissed it as a sign of unchecked ambition. An elderly woman clutching a newspaper told a reporter, "If Diana were still here, she'd laugh bitterly. Camilla lived in her shadow for decades, and now she wants a statue to prove herself." But power can't be sculpted in bronze. As the day advanced, debate intensified. Women's organizations voiced cautious praise, calling the statue a progressive moment for living female icons. Outside the palace, crowds surged. One group chanted, "Diana forever." Another replied, "Long live Queen Camilla." The confrontation escalated into minor unrest, prompting police to erect barriers. Above them, drones hovered, capturing aerial shots of the swelling crowd and the lone bronze figure. Camilla's statue gleaming like a beacon, both magnificent and menacing. Inside Buckingham, curtains stayed drawn. A palace insider leaked anonymously to the press that no member of the royal family was informed in advance and that some are furious. No official confirmation followed. By evening, the BBC's closing line sent chills through viewers. The palace remains silent. No statement, no clarification, and within that silence, the nation hears the echo of metal striking at royal dignity. Night descended. Floodlights illuminated the statue. Camilla's bronze figure shimmered under the beams, her eyes fixed eternally on Buckingham's gates as ribbons fluttered in the wind. No one knew who had built it. No one dared order its removal. Only the crowd remained, staring at the cold, commanding face of the woman who had shaken an empire. And inside the palace, behind its gilded silence, not a single word was spoken. That stillness spread across Britain like a gathering storm, heralding the first tremor of a looming political and media upheaval. People across Britain began to question the impossible. Why had a statue of Camilla been placed in the royal square? A space long reserved for the deceased monarchs of history. Who had approved such a thing? Who carried out the installation? And how could a monument of that size rise overnight without anyone noticing? These questions ignited a stunning investigation that would dominate headlines for days. Even in a nation well-versed in royal scandals, this story felt surreal. A statue of Queen Camilla appearing from nowhere, occupying sacred ground before Buckingham Palace and throwing the country into turmoil. By the third morning after the statue's unveiling, inside a cramped office at The Guardian, a young journalist named Eleanor Shaw sat before her computer. Her screen filled with photos of the bronze monument from every possible angle. Her desk was buried beneath notes, architectural diagrams, and an old map of Buckingham Square's layout taken from public archives. They couldn't have built that without official clearance. She muttered to her editor, the older man beside her. Sleeves rolled up and coffee in hand. Gave a skeptical snort. Not for ordinary folks. No. But this is Camilla we're talking about. She's crossed every boundary before. Start by finding out who made it. Eleanor got to work, combing through records of art commissions signed over the past 3 months. She emailed the Royal Cultural Council, contacted the London Sculptors Association, and even reviewed customs data for art shipments entering Britain in recent weeks. By that afternoon, a peculiar lead surfaced. A shipping container labeled Royal Heritage Sculpture had arrived at the port of Dover 2 weeks earlier, sent by a small art firm based in Paris. The listed lead artist, Henri Duval. Eleanor froze. The name rang a bell. Duval had once been profiled in Le Monde des Arts, described as the sculptor who shapes the soul of power. 3 years prior, he had worked on state-commissioned monuments for the French government, memorializing renowned female writers. Now somehow his name was entangled in this extraordinary royal scandal. 2 days later, Eleanor boarded the Eurostar to Paris. Rain streaked the train windows as she clutched her notes. The address she'd traced led to a narrow lane in Montmartre, an aging sculpture studio dusted white with plaster residue, the air faintly sweet with the scent of casting wax. After 3 soft knocks, the door creaked open. Standing there was a tall, lean man with chestnut hair brushing his collar, his hands stained with bronze dust. His expression was weary, his eyes wary. "You're the British journalist?" he asked in halting English, his French accent thick. "Yes," Eleanor replied calmly. "I only need to know one thing. The Camilla statue, you were the sculptor, weren't you?" For a long moment, Henri said nothing. Then he gave a quiet nod. That small gesture felt like an explosion in the still air. Eleanor flipped open her notebook, but Henri raised a hand to stop her. "No recordings," he said firmly. "You listen. I talk." He pulled out a chair, sat, and stared into the distance as if recalling a dream. "She approached me about 6 months ago," he began. "At the time, I was working on a commission in Marseille. One of her assistants called, saying the royals wanted a statue to honor the values of women in the dynasty. I believed it was an official project, so I agreed to meet." He described how Camilla herself arrived in Paris without ceremony, without photographers or guards in uniform. She came accompanied only by an elderly secretary and a plain-clothed bodyguard. The meeting took place in a quiet cafe not far from Henri's studio. She wasn't at all like how the media portrays her. Henri began softly. Her voice was calm, almost gentle, but her eyes were cold, deep, and calculating. She didn't speak of art. She spoke of remembrance. "Remembrance?" Eleanor asked, raising an eyebrow. Henri nodded slowly. "She told me. People always remember the dead, but I want them to see the living." That line sent a chill through Eleanor. Henri took a long drag from his cigarette before continuing. "She didn't commission a statue. She commissioned a manifesto." According to Henri, Camilla wanted a face devoid of emotion, no smile, no tears meant to embody the strength of a woman who doesn't need love to exist. When Henri suggested such an expression might alienate the public, Camilla had simply smiled. Sometimes, she told him, to be respected, you must make the world fear you. Eleanor asked quietly, did she say why she wanted it placed in front of Buckingham? Henri hesitated, then said, yes. She said, that's where the world looks when it looks at the royals. And if it stood there, she'd never be forgotten. Her words were, when people think of the Queen, I want them to think of me and no one else. He explained that the project's execution was planned with near-military precision. Camilla had personally arranged for a private construction company to handle the work using the guise of a square renovation project. Temporarily approved by the Royal Cultural Council, where she happened to serve as honorary patron, all documents bore authentic seals. No one dared to question them. Laborers were recruited in secret and worked exclusively at night under strict non-disclosure agreements. I remember the final night. Henri said quietly. When the casting was done, she came to the studio alone. She stood before the statue for almost an hour, saying nothing. When I asked if she was happy with it, she answered, I've waited my entire life for the world to look up to me. He turned to the rain-streaked window. I don't think she's insane, he murmured. She's consumed by the need to exist in history. In a dynasty where every woman before her was buried beneath a man's name, Eleanor remained motionless. Turning a page in her notebook, she realized she had just heard the most crucial revelation of the entire affair. Can I quote her exactly? She asked carefully. Henri pursed his lips, then nodded. Yes, but write it truthfully, he said. When history only remembers dead women, I'll make it remember the living one. The words echoed through the room like a prophecy. Eleanor felt her heart pound. She knew that sentence alone could ignite a storm. 2 days later, her article appeared on the front page of The Guardian under the headline, The Woman Who Forced History to Look at Her. The story cited an anonymous French sculptor who worked directly with Queen Camilla, detailing their entire conversation. The article's closing, quote, Camilla's haunting line set Britain ablaze once more. That evening, television networks across the country carried the news. The BBC opened its broadcast with the anchor's steady voice. Sources have confirmed that the Camilla statue was created by French sculptor Henri Duval under a confidential commission from the Queen herself. Duval revealed that the Queen viewed the statue as a manifesto for a new dynasty. Buckingham Palace continues to withhold comment. Social media erupted. One faction condemned her. She's gone too far. This isn't art. It's self-worship. Others praised her defiance. She's fearless. History belongs to those who refuse to be forgotten. Historians soon joined the debate. On ITV, a royal symbolism expert remarked, From Queen Victoria to Elizabeth II, no monarch has ever erected their own statue while alive, if this truly was Camilla's decision. It's not merely vanity. It's an act of rebellion within the very heart of the monarchy. That night in Paris, Henri Duval's phone rang relentlessly. Reporters, producers, even palace officials urging him to stay silent. He ignored every call. Watching the news, he saw the statue under the golden evening lights and whispered to himself, she got what she wanted. She made the world look up. In London, Eleanor sat alone in the newsroom, eyes fixed on the live broadcast. Before Buckingham Palace, crowds had gathered once more. An elderly woman lifted a sign. We remember Diana. Another group waved banners. Camilla's era begins. Two visions of Britain, two icons, collided under the same night sky. As cameras flashed and chants echoed, the bronze Camilla stood unmoving, her face blank, eyes fixed eternally on the palace gates. Eleanor closed her laptop and gazed out the window. In that moment, she realized this story had transcended journalism. It had become a new royal tragedy, one born from the hunger to be immortalized and the terror of being erased. And somewhere within Buckingham's silent halls, Perhaps Camilla was smiling. The smile of a woman convinced she had carved her name into eternity, no matter the price. From Henri Duval's testimony, the British public slowly began to piece together the truth buried beneath the bronze figure that had shaken the kingdom. It wasn't simply a work of art. It was the visible outcome of a silent war inside the royal household. A war between memory and envy. Between love and dominion, a struggle between a man chained to the past and a woman determined not to vanish from history. Only days before the statue appeared, Charles and Camilla had clashed bitterly in the study at Clarence House. On the desk lay a thick folder stamped Confidential Royal Memorial Project. It contained detailed plans for a memorial to Princess Diana, personally approved by the king. The concept proposed a serene rose garden encircling a plaque that read, "In memory of the light that never fades, a place of quiet reflection, pure and dignified." But for Camilla, that project struck at the core of her pride. When she entered and caught sight of the sketches, her composed expression hardened. She picked up the file, scanned a few pages, and slammed it shut. "You still can't let her go. Can you?" "Charles," she said, her voice trembling with rage. 30 years, and she's still stronger than I'll ever be in your heart." Gone was the polished tone of the queen consort. What emerged was the raw voice of a woman long suppressed by resentment. Charles looked up, fatigue shadowing his eyes. "This isn't about emotions," he said quietly. "It's a king's duty. Diana represents compassion. The nation needs a place to remember that." Camilla's lips twisted into a bitter smile. "And what about me? I've endured the world's scorn, the headlines, the humiliation, and I've stayed by your side. Don't I deserve recognition? Or at least respect?" Charles turned slightly away, his tone dropping. "You already have everything. Camilla, don't ask that history belonged to you as well." Those words detonated like a silent bomb. Camilla straightened, her voice turning cold as glass. "You want the world to honor the woman who haunted you all your life? Fine. Then I'll make sure they remember me. Two in bronze, in stone, in a vision they'll never erase." Before he could answer, she stormed out. The door slammed behind her, leaving a fragile teacup trembling on the desk and an unnatural stillness in the air. That very night, Camilla placed 2 discreet calls to her closest allies on the Royal Cultural Council. Her tone was measured, unwavering. "We're launching the Women's Legacy in the Monarchy project. The inauguration happens tomorrow." The officials on the line were dumbfounded. But within an hour, a packet of impeccably prepared documents arrived, complete with official seals and valid signatures. Everything appeared legitimate, airtight. Camilla had planned it all in advance, waiting for the precise moment Charles uttered Diana's name to pull the trigger. Using her patronage status on the council, she ordered the Buckingham Palace forecourt sealed, citing preparations for a ceremony honoring modern royal women. It was a perfect bureaucratic cover. No guard dared object. Under the pretense of cultural site upgrades, she signed an emergency contract with a private construction firm. Workers were hired under confidentiality clauses, told only to assemble large wooden crates marked Royal Heritage Project, according to sealed blueprints. None of them knew what they were building. That night, London lay shrouded in fog. From within the mist came the clang of hammers and the hiss of welding torches. Like some clandestine ritual, Camilla appeared around 2 inches the morning, wrapped in a dark coat, silently supervising every movement. When the final bolts were fastened, she stepped forward, lifted her gaze toward her own bronze likeness, eyes hard, posture regal, and whispered, "From this moment on, no one will erase me from history." By dawn, the guards arriving for their shift froze in disbelief. Before them towered a 3-meter-high bronze statue, gleaming in the first rays of morning light. News raced through London. Within an hour, the BBC aired the first footage, and international networks followed suit. At Windsor, Prince William awoke to a phone buzzing incessantly. The first message was from Princess Anne. "Have you seen the news?" He opened the photo, went silent, then called her immediately. "Did you know about this?" "No. But the press is exploding. We need to reach Father now." Meanwhile, in Clarence House, Charles sat rigid before the television, staring at the bronze effigy of his wife dominating the royal square. An advisor entered softly. "Your Majesty, the press is requesting confirmation. Was the statue commissioned by the palace?" Charles didn't answer. He simply reached for the remote, turned off the screen, and muttered hoarsely, "No, this can't be real." But it was, and worse. The entire world was watching. By afternoon, William and Anne were on a secure call with him. His tone was controlled but grave. "I know," he said. "This crosses the final line." "What are you going to do?" William asked. Charles's reply was steady, deliberate. "Call a meeting tonight. Clarence House. No announcements. The media must not know." As evening fell, he sat alone in his study, wind seeping through the cracks, carrying distant noise from the crowds gathering outside. He could still hear Camilla's words echoing in his mind. "I'll make them remember me in a horror you can't erase." Now he understood. She had succeeded, and nothing could undo it. At chapter 0, the doors of Clarence House opened. William and Anne entered, face tense, eyes filled with dread. The three of them sat around the old oak table for several minutes in silence before William finally spoke. "If we say nothing, by morning she'll become the face of this dynasty." Charles stared at the table, his hands trembling slightly. Then he whispered, "Tomorrow we act. And after tomorrow, there will be no more Camilla in this royal family." Outside, darkness engulfed London. Floodlights blazed over the bronze statue. Camilla's face glimmered in gold, at once majestic and terrifying, like an unholy flame consuming the last shred of the monarchy's dignity. The following morning, London's sky hung darker than usual, as if mirroring the tension gripping the kingdom. The city was still staggering from the shock of Camilla's statue. And now, behind the sealed doors of Clarence House, an emergency royal meeting was underway. No ceremony, no cameras, no attendants. Only the familiar faces of the royal circle gathered around a single long table, the air so heavy it felt close to breaking. Camilla arrived last. She entered with unsettling poise, wearing a deep sapphire dress with a high collar, her face bare of makeup, her eyes sharp and unreadable. She sat down as though nothing required explanation. William cast her a brief glance before looking away. Anne, sitting beside him, clutched a bundle of morning papers. The headline screaming across the front page, "Camilla's statue divides the kingdom." At the head of the table, Charles looked pale and hollow-eyed. He hadn't slept a moment. His mind replayed the day's haunting images. Crowds protesting before Buckingham Palace. Diana's photos laid at the statue's base. The hand-painted signs, "You can't replace her." When the room settled, Charles finally spoke, his voice rough and low. "I called this meeting because what's at stake isn't just our reputation. It's the honor of the crown itself." Camilla tilted her head slightly, a faint smile curling at her lips. "Honor," she said coolly. "For years, I've been the one despised, compared, humiliated. All I've ever wanted is to be seen." Anne's patience snapped. She slammed her palm on the table, the sound cracking through the silence. "You've been seen enough. Camilla, you've been forgiven. Accepted. Even crowned. But this isn't about being seen. It's about rewriting history for yourself." Camilla turned toward Anne, eyes blazing. "History's never been kind to women." "Princess, I'm simply claiming my share." William lifted his gaze, his tone measured but cutting. Your share doesn't belong in the royal square. Your place is beside my father, not standing before the entire nation. You no longer represent this family." The words landed like a judgment. Camilla's face went pale, but she forced a bitter smile. "A boy raised on privilege dares lecture me about position. Don't think I don't know how you're shaping the press to your favor. You're just afraid my image will eclipse yours. Aren't you, William?" William said nothing. Kate, who had been silent throughout, lowered her head, eyes glistening. A quiet sob escaped her. Anne reached over, gently touching her arm, then turned toward Charles. "You have to speak now," she said sharply. "We can't let her keep turning this into a spectacle." Charles looked up in the muted light spilling through the window. His face showed the deep weariness of betrayal. Slowly, he rose and walked toward Camilla, his voice trembling with restrained fury. "You've turned this palace into a stage for your vanity. You've used the royal name for your own pride. I once believed we could safeguard this dynasty together. But I was wrong." Camilla tried to interject, but Charles cut her off. "I will not let envy become our legacy. You've dragged this family into disgrace, alienated the nation, and desecrated our symbol of unity. I cannot let it continue another day." For the first time, Camilla's calm facade cracked. She rose abruptly, voice quivering with rage. "I've stood beside you through every scandal, shielded your mistakes, endured every insult the world threw at us. And this is how you repay me? By discarding me like I never existed?" Charles turned away without answering. He looked to Anne and William, then gave a single nod. The decision was made. By decree, the royal household would hold a press conference the next morning, announcing the removal of the Camilla statue and the suspension of all her public duties. A heavy silence followed. The only sound was the slow, deliberate scratching of pens. Signing the official document, Camilla's gaze fixed on the paper, her face drained of color. Then she gave a trembling, bitter laugh. "So this is it? You're all united against me. Fine. Perhaps history will remember me anyway, even if it's only as the woman cast out from the throne." Anne rose, her voice steady and cold. "No one exiled you. Camilla, you did that yourself." Outside, the rain began to fall. Thunder rumbled faintly beyond the window panes, like a requiem for a fading rain. Charles sank back into his chair, head bowed, hands clasped tightly together in the dim gold light. His shoulders trembled not from chill, but from the weight of a grief that words could no longer contain. Across the table, Kate watched him through tears. She understood that with this decision, Camilla had lost everything, but the royal family had lost its peace once again. That night, as darkness swallowed the city, a construction crew arrived under quiet orders to veil the statue in heavy black cloth. Under the glare of streetlights and the flash of reporters' cameras, the sight resembled a strange, somber ceremony, the funeral of a living queen. And by dawn, newspapers across Britain carried the same headline, "The Funeral of a Living Queen." The next morning, a cold wind swept through the palace courtyard. London's grey sky hung heavy, casting a somber pall over Buckingham Palace. Like a kingdom preparing for a farewell no one dared to name, the guards marched in perfect rhythm, their boots striking the stone with hollow echoes. No one spoke. No one met the eyes of the woman standing alone on the steps. Camilla, wrapped in a long grey coat, her hair tousled by the chill, began the slow walk toward the main gates. There was no ceremony, no royal car waiting, no audience to witness her departure, only the low growl of truck engines behind her and the grinding of machinery beginning its grim task. The dismantling of her statue. Each strike landed with a dull, merciless sound, the bronze fractured piece by piece, tumbling onto the stone with sharp metallic echoes that cut through the morning air. When the statue's head finally fell, dawnlight caught the broken surface. Camilla's bronze face split in half, her hollow eyes glinting upward, frozen in a silent question to the sky. She stopped and turned back one last time. Her voice, rough and tired yet still proud, drifted into the wind. At least they once saw me standing there. No one answered. Not Charles. Not William. No tears. No farewells. From an upper window, Charles's silhouette lingered behind the half-drawn curtains. He didn't step outside, just stood motionless, arms folded, staring down at the courtyard where the woman who had shared his life was walking away in silence. Below, William stood in the corridor, his expression carved in steel. As the black car rolled slowly past the gates, he turned to a guard and said coldly, "Close the gates." The great iron doors shut with a metallic clang that echoed like a verdict. Buckingham Palace was sealed, dividing what had been from what must now begin. And so the story ends, a lone car disappearing through the palace gates, carrying away the woman who once vowed to carve her name into history. But in the end, all she left behind was a fracture in the stone, where the morning light slipped through a quiet reminder that power built on jealousy and ambition always collapses beneath its own weight. London, February 11th, 2026. Just hours after a reconciliation agreement was signed, while public opinion still believed a turbulent chapter had come to an end. Meghan Markle unexpectedly filed a new lawsuit with the High Court. This move not only overturned the child custody agreement that had just been reached with Prince Harry, but also opened what is being described as the most complex legal confrontation since the couple stepped away from royal duties. Leaked documents later referred to an internal plan code named Project Mirror, involving a financial structure estimated at $37 million and the possibility of relocating the two children to the Middle East, specifically Qatar. What drew observers' attention was not the figure itself, but the timing. The peace agreement was disrupted almost immediately. Custody terms were said to have reached temporary consensus. Yet within hours, the entire legal framework was reset. Meanwhile, the royal family issued no public statement. According to several constitutional experts, this silence was not passive but strategic, a familiar approach based on patience and waiting for the opposing side to reveal its own weaknesses. The strategy has often been described in a single word: outlast, meaning to endure longer than the crisis. The year 2026, therefore, marks more than a new lawsuit. It raises questions about the collapse of an image once constructed as an independent empire. The Sussex Empire. Is this a final attempt to regain control, or a step that pushes everything beyond reach? Do you believe Meghan is a victim of a harsh system, or has she placed herself in an unavoidable confrontation? Comment 1 if you support Meghan. Comment 2 if you believe the royal family is protecting the two children. Share your view so we can continue the analysis. February 11th. 2026 is recorded in court documents as the moment both sides reached a temporary custody agreement. According to a 12-page memorandum confirmed by attorneys for both parties, the agreement contained 3 main points. First, there would be 2 in-person visits each month, scheduled in advance and subject to legal supervision. Second, the two children would not be permitted to change international residence without written consent from both parties. Third, educational expenses would be divided on a 60-40 basis, with Prince Harry bearing the larger share due to his higher independent income in the previous fiscal year. In that context, many legal experts viewed the agreement as a necessary de-escalation. However, only 24 hours after signing, Meghan Markle submitted a 72-page supplemental complaint to the court. The document not only requested a full review of the newly reached agreement, but also accused the royal family of exerting coercive pressure during negotiations. One detail that attracted particular attention was the appearance of Princess Anne's name in an appendix, with the argument that she had indirectly intervened through legal advisors and created an imbalanced negotiating environment. The filing used the term extrajudicial, implying pressures that fell outside standard procedural boundaries. Although no specific evidence of unlawful conduct was presented, the document emphasized feelings of intimidation and isolation during negotiations. Meghan's attorneys argued that their client signed the agreement under psychological pressure and without fully independent safeguards. If accepted by the court, this argument could invalidate the three-point agreement. Nisrive, the most explosive element, involved a request for a mental health evaluation of Harry. The complaint cited periods from 2017 to 2019, during which Harry was allegedly absent from public engagements, appeared intoxicated, and displayed erratic behavior. Much of this information was drawn from media reports and anonymous accounts, none of which had been officially confirmed. Nevertheless, including these claims in formal legal filings escalated tensions to a new level. If the court grants the request for a mental evaluation, custody arrangements could be comprehensively reconsidered. Alongside this was a request for spousal support in the amount of $187,000 per month. In addition to child-related obligations, this figure far exceeds the average level seen in comparable divorce cases in the United States. Meghan's legal team based its argument on maintaining the standard of living established prior to separation and on the extraordinary level of media exposure surrounding the family. They contended that protecting personal image and security generates unusually high costs. Financial analysts noted that the total annual obligation under the new request could exceed $2 million, excluding legal fees and taxes. This would place considerable strain on Harry's asset structure and income streams, which have shifted significantly since stepping back from official royal duties. The question remains whether this demand is intended to secure long-term stability for the two children, or whether it represents a negotiation strategy aimed at restructuring the balance of power. The royal family has continued to refrain from public comment. However, sources close to the matter indicate that Harry's legal team has prepared detailed responses to each allegation, particularly those related to mental health. They are expected to provide records of voluntary treatment undertaken in the past to demonstrate transparency, while emphasizing that previous periods of difficulty do not equate to a loss of parental capacity. Developments within 24 hours transformed a reconciliation agreement into a full-scale legal confrontation. What had been viewed as a de-escalation quickly became the starting point of a new round of litigation, where every private detail could be examined in public. Meghan moved forcefully with a dense legal filing and sensitive allegations. But according to experts, Harry was not in a passive position. He was said to have prepared a counter-strategy, beginning with a comprehensive review of the financial structure and the figures that could shift the balance of power. The focus of the next phase no longer centered on custody, but shifted to the financial framework surrounding the organization Archewell. Tax filings and public reports from the past 2 years began to face close scrutiny after the lawsuit erupted. Figures that once appeared scattered across annual statements were now placed side by side, forming a picture that observers could not ignore. According to a compilation of internal expenditures, approximately $2,300,000 were categorized as operational costs, directly linked to personal image and media activities. Of that amount, nearly $480,000 were reportedly spent on high-end Hermes products, including clothing and accessories worn at fundraising events. Around $670,000 were allocated to private air travel, justified as necessary for security and flexible scheduling. In addition, more than $310,000 were recorded for intensive media coaching services. including interview preparation, crisis management, and long-term image strategy development. From a legal perspective, these expenditures do not automatically constitute violations if they can be demonstrated to support fundraising or promote the organization's mission. However, concerns arise when the proportion spent on direct community activities declines significantly compared to costs associated with personal branding. Some nonprofit governance experts argue that the line between legitimate operational expenses and spending that serves a personal lifestyle becomes blurred in such circumstances. International financial flows have also drawn attention. Financial documents indicate that approximately $890,000 were transferred from an entity in Dubai to a company registered in the Cayman Islands under the name Eccles Clover Limited. An offshore structure of this kind is not unlawful if fully disclosed. Yet it raises questions about transparency, particularly when the organization presents itself as serving the public interest and solicits public donations. Tax specialists suggest that the use of a Cayman Islands entity may have been intended to optimize tax obligations or protect assets from litigation risks. According to financial sources, the United States tax authorities and the Charity Commission in the United Kingdom have initiated preliminary reviews. Initial estimates suggest that potential misallocation of funds could range from $2,700,000 to $4,400,000, depending on how expenditures are classified. These figures do not represent final conclusions, but they are sufficient to trigger deeper examination. Once this information became public, internal reactions followed swiftly. Several mid-level staff members submitted resignations, citing media pressure and concerns about personal reputation. 2 media partners involved in content production also paused ongoing projects pending the outcome of the review. Notably, in public statements, Meghan's side has emphasized that her career and earning capacity were damaged by pressure from the royal family and hostile media coverage. This argument has been used to reinforce her request for financial support in the divorce proceedings. However, as Archewell's financial records come under scrutiny, the narrative shifts from personal harm to broader questions of governance and accountability. Charity law experts point out that if authorities determine wrongdoing, consequences could include financial penalties, orders to repay funds, or even temporary bans from managing the organization. In addition, credibility with donors would suffer severe damage. In the nonprofit sector, trust is the most valuable asset. Once eroded, it is difficult to restore. Meanwhile, the royal family continues to remain silent. No official statements have directly addressed Archewell or the disputed figures. Observers interpret this silence as strategic. Rather than issuing public rebuttals, they appear to be allowing the financial review to proceed through standard legal procedures. This approach aligns with long-standing tradition, avoiding direct confrontation while patiently awaiting findings from independent authorities. The financial developments have shifted the balance of the dispute, where the focus once centered on emotion and child custody. Specific figures now provide a more objective foundation for debate. The $2,300,000 spent on image-related categories, the $890,000 offshore transfer, and the estimated misallocation potentially exceeding $4 million together form a record that demands clear explanation. At this stage, the question is no longer who was right in a broken marriage, but whether the financial structure surrounding the Sussex empire fully complies with standards of transparency. While Meghan continues to seek compensation for what she describes as a damaged career, the royal family has chosen not to respond directly. There have been no media debates, no detailed public rebuttals. Yet, according to many experts, that very silence reflects a strategy of gradual tightening through legal channels and independent audits, where the figures themselves will ultimately speak. As Meghan's legal and financial moves appeared in rapid succession, The response from the royal family did not come in the form of press conferences or sharp statements. Instead, a series of procedural steps was quietly activated, relying on mechanisms that had already existed. According to internal sources, Princess Anne requested the reactivation of an internal custodial committee, established after constitutional adjustments concerning royal family members residing abroad. This committee does not replace civil courts, but it serves an advisory role regarding the long-term interests of minors holding titles. Notably, Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, was nominated as a nominal co-guardian within this framework. Her role is not executive in nature, but rather as a bridge between the family and independent legal advisors. The addition of a co-guardian signals that the royal family intends to reinforce the argument that all decisions concerning the two children are assessed on the basis of their best interests, not adult disputes. At the same time, Catherine, Princess of Wales, posted a 90-second video on an official platform. The content did not directly reference the lawsuit and mentioned no names. The message centered on a phrase repeated clearly: innocence, not inheritance. In other words, the innocence of children matters more than succession. Within the first 8 hours, the video reached 11,400,000 views, far surpassing many previous public messages from the royal family. Media analysts describe this as a way of shaping the narrative without engaging in direct confrontation. Rather than refuting allegations, the focus shifted to the image of children in need of protection from adult conflict. Another development that received less attention but carried legal significance was the visit of Lady Louise Windsor to the United States. Under a family cooperation agreement from 2024, authorized members have the right to visit and assess the living conditions of titled minors in cases of prolonged dispute. This visit was not a criminal investigation, but it provided a basis for an internal report on educational environment, care, and psychological stability. The presence of a younger family member without a high-ranking position reduced the perception of political interference, while reinforcing the image of measured oversight. On the financial level, Prince William was reportedly exercising authority over certain trust funds connected to shared assets that remained from before the departure from official royal duties. Approximately $7,800,000 in assets and trademark rights were temporarily frozen pending legal review. This action was not punitive, but preventive, intended to ensure that assets would not be transferred during the dispute. Lawyers emphasized that the freeze was temporary and within established authority. The common thread in all these steps is restraint. There have been no exchanges of accusations in the media, no direct counterattacks. Many observers describe the strategy with a single word: outlast. It means waiting, allowing the opposing side to reveal weaknesses through filings and procedures. With tax authorities and charity regulators reviewing Archewell, the royal family appears to believe that objective legal pressure will carry more weight than any emotional statement. This silence is sometimes interpreted as indifference, but within the institutional structure of the monarchy, it functions as a tool of power. By not responding to every allegation, they avoid unintentionally legitimizing or amplifying unverified claims. At the same time, activating custodial and financial mechanisms demonstrates that they are not entirely detached. Each step is taken within legal frameworks, creating formal records that could be presented in court if necessary. Analysts note that this approach places Meghan in a position of continuous explanation and proof. Every lawsuit, every financial request, every public statement can be compared against documents and independent reports. As media coverage increasingly centers on figures and legal provisions, the advantage of an emotional narrative gradually diminishes. However, the situation does not end there. During the financial review related to Archewell, a technical finding began to draw the attention of auditors. According to sources close to the matter, a hidden file on an internal server, marked as temporary storage, contained a draft media strategy and unpublished budget allocations. The specific contents have not been disclosed, but experts suggest that if the document confirms discrepancies between public statements and internal plans, the legal consequences could be significant. And then, that hidden file itself was said to be the element capable of changing the entire landscape. The file identified during the review of Archwell servers was quickly labeled internally as Project Mirror. According to information from the digital audit team, it was a 42-page document created on January 18, 2026. Login data indicated that the last account to access the file belonged to Meghan Markle. The document had never been disclosed in any previous official report. The core content of Project Mirror revolved around a long-term relocation scenario for the two children, Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet, to Qatar. The plan outlined a permanent change of residence, including educational arrangements, security measures, and a restructuring of media image. The projected total budget reached $37 million, allocated across multiple categories over a 3-year period. One notable section of the document was a draft media contract with a foundation based in Doha. The proposal suggested cooperation in producing educational and humanitarian content, alongside building a family image in the Middle East as a symbol of cultural intersection. The document also referenced potential enrollment at an international educational institution identified as LAIL, offering a bilingual curriculum and high security standards, although not officially confirmed. This option was presented as an alternative to educational systems in the United States and the United Kingdom. The most controversial aspect lay in the section concerning legal status. Project Mirror analyzed the benefits of seeking honorary citizenship or special residency status for the children in Qatar. The central argument suggested that shifting jurisdiction could reduce the risk of prolonged disputes in courts in England or the United States. In one passage, the document mentioned the objective of avoiding simultaneous obligations under two family law systems that could produce overlapping judgments. International law experts note that seeking a more favorable legal framework is not uncommon in cross-border disputes. However, when minors holding titles and subject to intense public scrutiny are involved, every step faces careful examination. If the primary objective is to alter jurisdiction for strategic advantage, a court may interpret such action as inconsistent with the principle of the best interests of the child. Beyond the planning document, civil aviation data showed 3 private flights from Van Nuys to Doha during 2025. These flights did not violate any laws, but their timing coincided with meetings referenced in Project Mirror. This raised speculation that preparations had been underway before the custody agreement was signed in February 2026. Another detail in the document that drew attention was the phrase non-extradition guarantee. The section did not specify a mechanism, but discussed the possibility of securing assurances from local legal partners to reduce the risk of being compelled to return to a prior jurisdiction if disputes escalated. Experts suggest that referencing such a concept in a plan involving children could be interpreted as an attempt to avoid existing legal obligations. As information about Project Mirror spread, public reaction shifted rapidly. According to a survey released by an independent research firm, support for Meghan declined from 52% to 28% within 48 hours. The figures reflected public concern over the prospect of relocating children outside familiar jurisdictions without clear mutual consent. Meghan's side has not fully confirmed the authenticity of the document, but has not denied the existence of a draft. Her lawyers argue that all strategic options may be considered during periods of instability, and that internal discussions do not equate to concrete action. However, for the court, the critical question is not only whether the plan was executed, but the intent and degree of preparation behind it. Meanwhile, The royal family has maintained its strategy of silence. They have allowed documents and figures to generate their own pressure. Legal analysts suggest that when a long-term relocation plan is developed in parallel with a custody agreement, a court may examine the element of good faith in negotiations. The rapid developments compelled the judicial system to respond more quickly than anticipated. Hearing schedules were adjusted, and both parties were instructed to submit additional explanatory documentation. February 18, 2026 was set for the final hearing of the temporary phase. With the volume of new information, the session would not only address custody, but also evaluate the credibility of prior statements. Many observers described that hearing as the decisive day of the entire legal confrontation. The hearing on February 18, 2026 took place against the backdrop of a significantly expanded record after Project Mirror was brought under review. Presiding was Judge Maya Caldwell, known for extensive experience in cross-border family disputes. In her opening remarks, she emphasized the fundamental principle of family courts, that the best interests of minors must prevail over personal strategies. A statement recorded verbatim in the transcript read, "You cannot weaponize motherhood and reject responsibility in the same breath." The court's first ruling was to uphold the three-point agreement signed on February 11th. This meant that the schedule of 2 visits per month remained in effect. The 60-40 division of educational expenses continued, and the clause prohibiting international relocation without mutual consent remained binding. The court noted that the existence of a long-term relocation draft within Project Mirror undermined confidence in good faith negotiations. Even though the plan had not been implemented, the second decision addressed relocation directly. The court issued an order prohibiting permanent relocation outside the current jurisdiction without a new ruling. At the same time, the passports of the 2 children were required to be deposited with an independent custodial authority for the duration of the dispute. According to the judge, this measure was not punitive, but preventive, intended to avoid the possibility of unilateral relocation while proceedings were ongoing. Another point in the ruling concerned the communication monitoring mechanism. Exchanges related to the children between the 2 parties must be conducted through a designated platform with archived records. The court explained that this approach helps limit disputes over the content of communications and reduces the risk of misunderstandings or later allegations. This method is commonly applied in cases with a high level of conflict. Regarding finances, the court ordered the repayment of $1,300,000 for expenditures determined to be inconsistent with the declared purposes. This figure was lower than the initial estimate of the audit authority, but sufficient to establish a precedent. At the same time, Archwell was required to proceed with a supervised dissolution process, transferring its remaining assets to another non-profit organization that meets higher transparency standards. The decision was based on the assessment that the current governance structure did not satisfy accountability requirements in the context of a complex dispute. A notable provision was the prohibition on using the names Archie, Lilibet, Sussex, and Windsor for commercial purposes for a period of 10 years. The court held that exploiting titles associated with minors while a custody dispute is ongoing could create a conflict of interest. The ban does not affect the right to use the names in personal life, but clearly restricts their use in business and media activities. In its reasoning, Judge Caldwell emphasized that the court does not judge personal motives but relies on documented evidence and specific conduct. The development of Project Mirror, in parallel with the custody agreement, demonstrated a level of preparation that exceeded ordinary theoretical discussion. The court also acknowledged the cooperation of Prince Harry in providing financial and medical records when requested, while noting that all parties bear responsibility for reducing public tension in order to protect the children. When the hearing concluded, the scene outside the courthouse became a topic of discussion. Meghan Markle left the court alone, without the familiar motorcade and without appearing alongside the team of aides, often seen at previous events. No statement was made on site. The absence of the media power symbolism that the public had grown accustomed to was viewed by many observers as a sign of a profound shift in the balance of influence. The royal family continued to refrain from direct comment on the ruling. However, experts observed that maintaining the original agreement while imposing a strict monitoring mechanism constituted a structural victory. It reinforced the view that disputes should be resolved within the legal framework rather than through media campaigns. Notably, the ruling also emphasized the temporary nature of many measures. The court left open the possibility of review if circumstances change or if the parties demonstrate a higher level of cooperation in the future. This indicated that the ultimate objective was not punishment, but long-term stability for the children. As observers awaited the next reaction, Harry chose a different approach. Instead of holding a press conference or posting a lengthy message on social media, he issued a brief statement through his lawyer, focusing on his commitment as a father and his respect for the ruling. According to many analysts, that simple message may mark the beginning of a new phase, one in which the narrative no longer revolves around conflict but around responsibility. It was precisely this shift in the conclusion that made the post-hearing landscape unlike anything seen before. The consequences following the ruling on February 18th unfolded without noise, yet their impact spread almost immediately. The structure once described by the media as the Sussex era began to contract rapidly, not through political declarations or public controversy, but through legal and financial decisions that took effect at once. For Meghan Markle, the first impact was institutional isolation. The order to dissolve Archewell required the entire executive apparatus to cease operations under a supervised timeline. Media contracts associated with her personal brand were suspended pending review of clauses concerning the use of names related to minors and royal titles. The prohibition on exploiting the names Archie, Lilibet, Sussex, and Windsor for 10 years removed a key pillar of her previous branding strategy. Financial sources indicated that Meghan's personal cash flow narrowed significantly as several promotional partners paused or terminated cooperation due to concerns over legal risk. Meanwhile, the obligation to repay $1,300,000 and the additional legal fees created further liquidity pressure. Brand management experts noted that repositioning her public image under daily monitoring would present significant challenges. Under the court order, all communication related to the children must pass through a recorded platform, leaving no room for the flexibility that previously existed. On Prince Harry's side, the most notable change was not financial but nominal. In the statement submitted to the court after the hearing, he signed with his full birth name, Henry Charles Albert David. The use of his given name instead of a title was viewed by many observers as a symbolic signal. It did not constitute a formal legal renunciation of status, but it reflected a personal choice to step away from title-related disputes and to focus on his role as a father. According to sources close to the situation, Harry restructured his personal schedule, minimizing commercial and media commitments during the first 6 months after the ruling. The focus shifted to stabilizing life for the two children, including independent psychological counseling and arranging a stable educational environment in accordance with the 60-40 provision upheld by the court. Family law experts noted that consistent cooperation in the post-ruling period could positively influence any future review for adjustment. On the children's side, protective mechanisms were reinforced through the family network. Catherine, Princess of Wales, continued to shape public messaging centered on the innocence and stability of the children. Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, maintained her nominal role as co-guardian within the advisory committee, while Lady Louise Windsor was regarded as a generational bridge, participating in informal visits to ensure appropriate living conditions. In addition, an internal document known as the Grey House Protection Act was activated within the family framework. This is not an act of parliament, but a set of rules designed to protect the privacy and security of minors connected to the royal family. Updated in 2024. The document sets strict regulations on image publication, media access, and the use of names in commercial activities. The full application of these rules after the ruling demonstrated a desire to create a clearer legal perimeter around the children's lives. A notable feature throughout the process was that the royal family did not deploy a counter-media campaign. There were no intentional leaks, no exclusive interviews, and no personal remarks directed at the opposing side. The strategy, based on time and law, proved effective. When tax authorities, charity commissions, and the courts completed their respective roles, the results spoke for themselves without the need for public argument. Media experts observed that in the social media era, silence can be misinterpreted as weakness. However, in this case, avoiding direct confrontation reduced the risk of escalation. When information about Project Mirror and the private flights emerged, the royal family did not confirm or deny. They allowed the judicial process to verify authenticity and legal impact. This approach reinforced the image of institutional stability, placing emphasis on procedure rather than emotion. For Meghan, rebuilding after losing the foundation of her previous brand will require an entirely new strategy. Without Archewell and without the right to use names associated with the children, any future project must be clearly separated from the structure that once generated controversy. At the same time, continuous monitoring means that every step is recorded and can be cross-referenced. For Harry, signing the name Henry Charles Albert David was more than a formal adjustment. It reflected a desire to reposition himself as an individual directly accountable, rather than as a representative symbol. Many analysts believe this marks a shift from a narrative of power to one of personal duty. Looking back at the entire process from the agreement on February 11th to the ruling and its immediate consequences, it becomes evident that the Sussex era did not end with an explosive event, but with a series of consistent legal decisions. The royal family did not prevail through drama or aggressive statements. They relied on the existing legal framework, on time, and on persistence in procedure. That combination reshaped the landscape, closing a chapter not with noise, but with the force of signatures and clauses. In the days immediately following the ruling on February 18th, 2026, the harsh reality quickly became visible in Montecito. Meghan Markle, who once built an image as a symbol of independence, feminism, and resistance to institutions, now faced comprehensive consequences. The names Archie, Lilibet, Sussex, and Windsor were prohibited from any commercial use for 10 years. The Archewell Foundation was dissolved immediately, with all remaining assets frozen for distribution under charitable regulations. She was required to repay $1,300,000 to the joint fund within 90 days. A significant financial burden as major partners such as Spotify and Penguin Random House quietly withdrew from her 2026 solo projects. There was no longer an Archewell team providing support, no polished black sport utility vehicles waiting outside, and no large-scale press conferences. All communication with Archie and Lilibet was monitored by court-appointed child welfare officers. Meghan did not only lose freedom of action, she also lost control over her own narrative. This isolation was not only legal but social. A public figure who once dominated media coverage became a closely monitored individual with limited room to maneuver. Prince Harry, after years caught between two worlds, chose a clear path. His final statement, signed with his birth name Henry Charles Albert David, was not a declaration of victory but a personal commitment. He would be a father before any title. Harry withdrew from the public spotlight and returned to the protection of the royal institution he once left. In the eyes of the public, he was no longer the Duke of Sussex. but a father attempting to rebuild a stable life for his two children, Archie and Lilibet. At the center of the entire conflict, were placed under reinforced protection. The Grey House Protection Act ensured a secure environment when they were in England, with direct care from Catherine, Princess of Wales, Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, and Lady Louise Windsor. There would be no staged photographs and no media content exploiting royal association. They were allowed to grow up without being treated as commercial assets. The entire story leaves a sharp lesson. The House of Windsor did not prevail through drama, public rebuttals, or explosive interviews. They prevailed through time, through an international legal system prepared long in advance, through previously signed agreements, and above all, through strategic silence. They did not rush to dispute every allegation or respond to every post. They waited, gathered evidence, and allowed the opposing side's missteps to become decisive factors. The Sussex era, marked by memoirs, streaming series, and public accusations, ended not with a loud explosion, but with a dry court order of approximately 1,000 words that carried no avenue for appeal. What do you think about this outcome? Is Meghan a victim of a conservative institution? Or did her own decisions lead to comprehensive failure? Comment the number 1 if you continue to support Meghan. The number 2 if you believe the royal family protected the two children. Like this video if you were shocked by the Project Mirror details. And subscribe to the channel for more in-depth analysis of royal drama. Thank you for following, and remember, in the world of the House of Windsor, silence is not weakness. It is the most powerful weapon of all. On the evening of October 15, 2025, Prince William entered his private meeting room in his residence at Windsor Castle, his face weary and tense. In recent days, the pressure upon him had grown like an invisible mountain. King Charles was weakening by the day. Princess Catherine had yet to fully recover. And across England, the public began to ask, was William ready to become king? It was this very weight of expectation, responsibility, and the unrelenting scrutiny of the nation that left him barely a moment to breathe. Inside the room were only Princess Anne and 3 trusted aides. William fought to maintain his composure. Pale golden light fell across the wooden table, reflecting a face both resolute and exhausted. They were discussing the temporary assumption of some of King Charles's duties, a decision William himself was reluctant to admit was necessary. His voice was slow, steady, yet each word seemed laden with gravity. Suddenly, in the middle of the meeting, while discussing Queen Elizabeth's memorial, William abruptly froze. He raised a hand to his chest, his breaths quickening, then collapsed onto the table to the horror of those around him. Chairs toppled with a loud clatter. Princess Anne sprang to her feet, shouting for the doctor, while the aides rushed forward in panic. In that instant, the room seemed to stop. No one had expected the heir to the throne, a symbol of strength and steadfastness, to fall in the midst of a meeting. What do you think truly caused Prince William to collapse? Pressure, illness, or a warning the royal family has been desperate to conceal? To understand the real reason behind that collapse, we must look back at the strange signs that had appeared over the previous weeks. Throughout September and early October 2025, Prince William appeared increasingly unlike himself. The once brisk gait and familiar lively expression were replaced by a gaunt, pale man weighed down by worry. Royal correspondents noted he rarely smiled. And even at public ceremonies, William's eyes betrayed a fatigue he could not hide. Those close to him say it all began when King Charles had to be hospitalized for extended treatment. While the king rested at Sandringham, William carried nearly the entire burden of running royal affairs. His schedule was packed from meetings with advisors and ceremonial duties to a string of sudden trips. He slept only a few hours a night, ate irregularly, and often worked until midnight. One close advisor recalled, "He was always the last to leave the meeting room, though everyone could see he was utterly exhausted." Princess Catherine, still recovering from her own long treatment, worried but felt helpless, she confided to a close friend, "William doesn't know how to stop. He fears that if he rests, everything will collapse." Pressure after pressure left William in a constant state of tension. He reminded himself to stay strong for the country, for his father, and for his family. Yet his body had begun to respond. Princess Anne noticed first. In a private meeting at Balmoral in late September, she said bluntly to her brother, "William, you need a few days' rest. Go to Sandringham, breathe fresh air, and put work aside for now." William merely gave a faint smile, his voice hoarse from lack of sleep. "I can't. Anne, the country needs stability. If I step back, people will think the royal family is in crisis." Her words lingered in silence. She understood he had imprisoned himself in duty. Yet no one could convince him to stop. Staff within the palace reported that by early October, William's exhaustion became visibly pronounced. He often wore hats and sunglasses, even in private meetings, to hide dark circles beneath his eyes. On some occasions, he would sit in silence for long stretches, his gaze vacant, seemingly fighting through a severe headache. One aide recalled, "Prince William once signaled for water during a meeting, but his hands shook so badly he couldn't hold the glass." These signs worried everyone, yet none dared speak openly. The media began to raise questions. Leading British newspapers, including The Times and The Guardian, ran pointed headlines. "Is Prince William overworked? Heir appears alarmingly weary." Kensington Palace quickly dismissed the claims, asserting, "Prince William remains in full health and continues his duties." Yet behind palace doors, concerns continued to mount. A few days before the incident, William had begun complaining of persistent headaches and bouts of dizziness whenever he stood for too long. A private physician was called in for a preliminary check, and the advice was clear. "Your Highness needs to rest, at least a week, or your body will respond." But William refused. He replied curtly, "I cannot stop. Not now." Those close to him recalled that, on the very day the doctor left, he continued signing documents well past midnight. One long-serving advisor revealed, "He's living as though he can carry the entire kingdom on his shoulders." But every human has limits, and the prince seems determined to forget that. During a public audience on October 10th, while speaking about a charitable initiative, William suddenly paused mid-sentence. He gripped the microphone tightly, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. "Sorry, just a bit dizzy." The audience chuckled politely, yet those nearby could hear the tremor in his voice. Since returning to London, Princess Anne had been monitoring her brother closely. She sent him messages repeatedly, though not all received a reply. One day, a member of William's staff called Anne and said, "Your Highness, Prince William looks exhausted. We are genuinely concerned." Anne replied softly, "I know, but he listens to no one." It was reported that on the evening of October 13th, William told an aide that his heart was racing and his breath felt short, but he attributed it to stress. When the aide suggested contacting a doctor, he brushed it off. "It's nothing. I'll be fine tomorrow." That was the last time anyone heard William speak with such calm. Perhaps his body was sending out desperate signals, but no one dared to stop him. He continued working without rest, appearing before the public with a forced smile, speaking of duty and conviction. Yet behind those bright photographs lay a heart on the verge of exhaustion and a spirit eroded by royal obligations. No one knew that the lightheadedness and sudden headaches were the final warning signs. On the evening of October 15th, 2025, a thin, cold fog settled over Windsor Castle, silent and eerie. Most of the royal grounds were dark, save for a single glowing window, the private meeting room deep within Prince William's residence. Pale golden light spilled across the ancient gray stone walls, reflecting the slow-moving shadows inside. No reporters, no cameras. Just a closed meeting where some of the most critical decisions in England were quietly being made. Inside, William sat at the head of the table, hands resting on a thick dossier. To his right sat Princess Anne, the only royal present that evening. Across from them, two trusted aides, James Loughton and Michael Harrow, waited silently. They all understood the gravity of the meeting, discussing William's temporary assumption of military and royal duties on behalf of King Charles, who was undergoing long-term treatment within the Royal Medical Wing. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The scratch of pens and the soft rustle of paper punctuated the room. William's voice rang out evenly, clearly, revealing his intense focus. He spoke of the upcoming schedule, a review at Sandhurst, the memorial for Queen Elizabeth II, and a series of meetings with cabinet ministers. Yet the longer he spoke, the hoarser his voice became, and his breathing grew heavier. Princess Anne noticed something was amiss. She leaned slightly forward and asked softly, "Are you all right?" "William." He forced a small smile. "I'm fine. Just a little tired. Let's continue." The clock hands moved slowly. 8:12 p.m. A moment that seemed ordinary. Yet it marked a terrifying turning point. William was mid-sentence, outlining military plans, when he suddenly fell silent. His face went pale, eyes wide and unfocused. The pen in his hand slipped onto the table, leaving a streak of ink. His hands trembled. Then he clutched his chest, gasping for air. For a brief instant, the entire room froze. Then, to the shock of everyone present, Prince William collapsed onto the table, his body tipping to one side before hitting the floor with a heavy thud. Chairs toppled loudly. Princess Anne screamed, her voice shaking. "Call the doctor. Quickly." James and Michael rushed forward, trying to lift him. They called out repeatedly, "Your Royal Highness. Prince. Can you hear me?" But William did not respond. His eyes slowly closed, his breathing weakening. Down the corridor, the sound of running footsteps echoed. One of the aides activated the internal royal medical alert, and the alarm bells rang out across the east wing of Windsor. Guards immediately closed the hallway, preventing anyone from approaching. At 8:16 p.m., the royal medical team arrived on the scene, including Dr. Harold Keane, who had previously cared for King Charles. They carried medical kits, a defibrillator, and oxygen tanks. "Step back. Let us check his pulse," Keane said quickly. An assistant knelt, feeling William's neck. "Weak, but present," he whispered. Immediately, they began resuscitation. Meanwhile, Princess Anne stepped back, hands trembling, tears brimming. She had never seen her brother so vulnerable. Since childhood, William had always been strong, a pillar for the family after Diana's death. The sight left her stunned, her heart tightening as though gripped by an invisible hand. "We need to get him to the medical wing immediately," Dr. Keane shouted. A stretcher was brought in, and two staff carefully lifted William. Every movement was executed with absolute precision. Eyes met, but no one dared speak more than a word. The corridor leading to Windsor Castle's special medical wing erupted into controlled chaos. White lights flickered, reflecting off the ancient portraits lining the walls, as if the very spirits of the past were watching. The wheels of the stretcher clattered against the stone floor, footsteps echoing sharply in the cold, cavernous space. At 8:21 p.m., William was transferred to the specialized medical room, previously used to monitor King Charles during his brief hospital stays earlier that year. Monitors were activated. Heart rate readings blinked intermittently. Doctors worked with urgency, checking blood pressure, administering IVs, and attaching ECG leads. Outside, Princess Anne waited in silence. No one spoke. The team of aides stood around, eyes heavy with worry. A nurse stepped forward quietly. "The prince is temporarily stable, but we need to monitor him further." Anne nodded gently, exhaling deeply, though her eyes remained shadowed with fear. By 8:45 p.m., the entire area was under strict lockdown. Security staff required everyone involved to sign confidentiality agreements. No one was permitted to disclose what had occurred. Phones were confiscated. All external communication cut off. Windsor Castle fell into a strange darkness, silent yet weighty with tension. While the doctors continued their work, Princess Anne sat quietly outside the medical room. Hands tightly clasped, she peered through the glass, watching her brother lie still, his pale face illuminated by the stark white light. Something inside her whispered that this was no ordinary fatigue. For weeks, Anne had sensed William's gradual exhaustion, yet she had never imagined it would escalate so quickly. At the same time, in the West Wing corridor, a young servant stood trembling by the internal phone. She had overheard a fragment of conversation between the doctors. They suspect symptoms similar to King Charles's condition. She covered her mouth, terrified. The lockdown prevented her from speaking, but rumors began to spread internally within hours. That night, Windsor did not sleep. The lights in the medical wing remained on until dawn. Wind whistled through the narrow windows, carrying with it the sounds of anxiety and secrecy. Every footstep along the corridors echoed like the toll of fate. In a desperate effort to keep everything under control, the royal household issued an urgent directive. No details regarding Prince William's health are to be disclosed. All information must go through the Buckingham Palace Communications Office. But in the modern world, secrets are fragile. A medical staff member left Windsor in the early hours of the morning. By noon the following day, an anonymous post appeared on social media, reading, "A serious incident has occurred at Windsor Castle. Prince William has been rushed for emergency care." The storm began in the early hours of October 16, 2025. The whole of England seemed to awaken in a nightmare. Major newspapers across London ran the same headline: "Prince William suffers serious health incident at Windsor Castle." The news broke at 5:40 a.m. But within less than an hour, emergency alerts flooded radio, television, and social media. Heir to the throne, hospitalized overnight. No one knew exactly what had happened behind the cold walls of Windsor Castle. But for the British public, the word serious alone was enough to make hearts tighten. In collective memory, the tragic death of Princess Diana in 1997 had never faded. And now, that same fear seemed to return. This time for her son, at Sandringham, where King Charles was resting. The telephone rang through the night. The on-duty assistant rushed in, voice trembling. "Your Majesty, Prince William has collapsed during a meeting at Windsor. He is currently receiving emergency care in the Royal Medical Wing." The king sat in silence, his face ashen. He slowly straightened, hands shaking as they rested on his knees. Despite having endured many crises, the news about his eldest son left him stunned. After a few moments, Charles gave the order: "Summon the advisory team immediately. No information is to be leaked." Within an hour, a lockdown was implemented. All staff present at Windsor were required to sign absolute confidentiality agreements. Outgoing calls were monitored, and the castle's internal network was temporarily disconnected. Charles sought to prevent panic, at least until his son's condition could be confirmed. But no matter how cautious, The British royal family could not control everything in the age of information. Just before 3 a.m., an anonymous source, believed to be a member of the royal medical team, quietly contacted a veteran reporter at the Times. Only a brief message. A serious incident has occurred with Prince William at Windsor. By 5 a.m., the official statement was released. Within minutes, the nation was shaken. At Adelaide Cottage, Princess Catherine was awakened by urgent knocking at her door. A security officer spoke briefly. "Your Highness, the prince has been transferred to the medical wing at Windsor. You must come immediately." Catherine froze for a moment, unable to believe her ears. Only last night, William had texted her about the meeting with Princess Anne. She quickly threw on a robe. Without makeup, carrying nothing but her wedding ring, the escort vehicle sped through the night, slicing through the thick Berkshire fog. Meanwhile, at Windsor, Princess Anne remained by her brother's side. She had witnessed the entire ordeal, from the moment William collapsed onto the table to the doctors rushing in to administer emergency care. Now, as he lay in the medical wing, Anne sat silently in the corridor, her eyes red and swollen. He was utterly exhausted. She whispered to a royal aide. We all saw it, but no one stopped him. By 6 o'clock in the morning, major television networks began running breaking news. Reporters were stationed outside Windsor's gates, cameras fixed on the palace, where the windows remained tightly shut. Police increased security, blocking all routes leading to the castle. Yet it was this very silence that heightened public anxiety. In royal history, the phrase "no comment" was only ever used when matters were truly serious. On social media, speculation quickly spread. Some suggested that Prince William had simply been overworked. Over the past 2 months, he had appeared publicly almost daily, taking on military ceremonies on behalf of his father, attending diplomatic events, and handling hundreds of documents each day. He barely sleeps. An anonymous palace staffer told the Daily Mail, "The last time I saw the prince smile was over a month ago." Yet others began asking a more troubling question. Could William be suffering from a hereditary condition, like King Charles? Some newspapers dug up medical information previously disclosed during the king's treatment at a London hospital in early 2024. At the time, Charles was reported to have undergone a private heart procedure. Medical experts noted that if William inherited a vulnerable cardiovascular system from his father, a collapse under extreme stress would not be unexpected. On national television, renowned cardiologist Dr. Michael Rowe offered his analysis. Looking at the prince's recent schedule and appearance, it's clear he is in a state of total physical exhaustion. But the most concerning factor is genetics. Inherited heart conditions can remain hidden for years, only manifesting under severe stress. His statement immediately ignited public alarm. Shares of several major UK companies even dipped slightly that morning, as people and investors alike viewed William not merely as an individual, but as a symbol of national stability. Meanwhile, Buckingham Palace remained silent. The press office issued only a brief statement. The Prince of Wales is being monitored and cared for by the Royal Medical Team. His current condition is stable. We ask the public to respect the family's privacy at this time. But few believed the word stable. Insider sources revealed that Windsor's internal medical wing, the same facility used for King Charles, had been placed under complete lockdown. Only Princess Anne, Princess Catherine, and the designated medical team were permitted entry. By around 9 o'clock, Catherine was seen leaving the medical wing, her face etched with worry. A witness said she said nothing, quietly wiping away her tears. At Sandringham, King Charles had not yet appeared publicly. He spent the morning making continuous calls to doctors and advisors. According to a close source, the king was deeply emotional and felt guilty for allowing his son to shoulder so much. A longtime friend revealed, He said he should have stepped in sooner, to give William a chance to breathe. By midday, British television replayed a series of recent images of the prince, his frame thinner, eyes shadowed, smiles forced. The more the public watched, the more they realized the press might have been right. William was carrying a condition the family had long tried to conceal. Across London, people began leaving flowers outside Windsor Castle. No one spoke, but all understood the shared fear that had gripped the nation. Then, in the middle of the afternoon, a source from within the palace leaked the first medical summary. Though only a few lines long, it was enough to shock the nation. Prince William has shown abnormal cardiovascular signs and requires special monitoring. Those words were read live on BBC, leaving the studio in stunned silence for several seconds. An editor whispered, "God, not this again." No one spoke aloud, but everyone understood. The condition that King Charles had carried now, perhaps, passed on to the heir to the throne. In less than 12 hours, what had begun as a private meeting had escalated into a national crisis. For the first time in decades, the public realized that the throne, a symbol of the country's supposed stability, might be facing a storm. According to a preliminary report from the Royal Medical Team, several of William's health indicators, particularly his white blood cell count and immune system markers, were abnormal. These figures were strikingly similar to those recorded when King Charles was diagnosed with cancer in 2024.